Okay, we is streaming. Let's see if we've gone live. Okay. Says excellent. I'd like to see an image. Okay, that's all right there. Now let's check our YouTube channel and see if we show up. And okay, we do. Let's see if we can get an echo. Streaming. Let's see if we get echo. All right, everybody hit that upvote, and I mean hit it, like hit it hard. And okay. All right, I noticed something here, so let's see what we could do. Holly sent an image, and everybody can't spell hatred without red. Yes, there we are. Okay, so with that having been said, we're going to just start in. Whoever joins us, oh yeah, we have to do the call, don't we, to get that? So let's do the infinite call, and we're going to just press audio here, audio call, and we're going to see what we can do. Okay, we're going to see who gets on. All right, so Aristides has joined us. Welcome aboard, dear Aristides. And let's have you, if you're ready, do the blurb. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's get ahead with it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This would be a nice day. By the way, T-Tank Berry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother. Oh, wait, let's see if you're registering on the OBS, because we had an update. Okay, you're registering. Yes. We had a computer update, and whenever it updates, what happened was it no longer recognized the mic. And so Brendan Zogit made certain that the mic was recognized. Let's have you get started, and then we'll explain what's happened with the comments. Before I forget, I do want everyone to know I did not cut off the commentary. The commentary has been disabled by YouTube. So we'll see if we can mess with the settings. If not, we just need everyone to know that the most important thing you can do is go to the PayPal and contribute. It's something that we no longer have the ability to directly link through YouTube because they say that my comment that what I'm saying is too dangerous. There is basically a ban against me that is doing their best to defund me, and the way that this is done is by making certain no one can link to my PayPal. So the PayPal is on the screen. We can never emphasize that enough, and we'll let our man Aristides articulate that. He's going to put that in the chat repeatedly, but of course, you know, a lot of people don't open the chat once the show is published, once it's uploaded. And the fact that they can't comment discourages a lot of people because they feel that they can't interact with the show once it's published. We'll see what we can do about that, but if there's nothing we can do about that, understand it's what I said in the latest episode preceding tonight's. You'll have to review that entire episode, and they said the entire thing was simply too dangerous to allow interface with the public. So we assumed it might have been for that one episode, but apparently they've made this permanent, which is effectively a ban. And so we're just going to work with that to the best of our ability, but we cannot overemphasize that this program cannot go on without yourselves. And undoubtedly, the latest episode preceding tonight's was the killer, because I really went off on the Jewish cabal. So because I went off on the Jewish cabal regarding the hypocrisy of the West concerning the Gaza Strip, then they're doing their best to kill us. And if they succeed in doing that, you lose. And so with that, we're going to do our best to reconnect with the public. We'll do what we can, and in the interim, we want to turn it over to dear Aristides. So Aristides, take it from here. And one more forewarning. I shouldn't be on too long tonight. We'll probably try to make it till midnight. but I haven't slept for a day, just catching up on a lot of things that I've been catching up on. I do want people to know, gonna take care of as many things as I can with Team Dietrich before I take off for the weekend, but definitely over the weekend it's just going to get more and more busy for me as we go into Asian Lunar New Year, which effectively begins, just so people understand, on the 16th will be Monday night, will be New Year's Eve day. Normally I would be at the Estates today because it's a convergence of holidays. It is Japanese National Foundation Day combined with National Freedom to Marry Day. National Freedom to Marry Day is to be disambiguated from the, how would we say it? The day that my son and his husband got married, which of course was the day Obergefell was rendered law, when the Supreme Court actually enacted the go-ahead. And when they gave the green light, literally tens of thousands of people got married that day. So it wasn't on National Freedom to Marry Day, but what did happen on National Freedom to Marry Day was in 2004, marriage licenses were issued to same-sex couples by the city and county of San Francisco on the orders of the then mayor of San Francisco, Gavin Newsom, who's really changed since that time. So all of that being said, as always, we're under siege. And we're going to just do our best to forge ahead. But, you know, in order to continue, we're going to need your help more than ever. So just remember, the PayPal link is on the screen. And again, we'll allow our man to take care of that. You know, turn it over
Yes.
to Aristides. Okay, thank you.
All right. Yep. PayPal is always on by the screen. It almost means the front thumbnail image for the broadcast there, where he always puts a fascinating and entrancing graphic. So it might be easy to miss the fact that there's words there. And you're so impressed with his artistic abilities and various photographic abilities of his associates. But do note, there is his website there. And the PayPal, of course, that is not a clickable link, but it doesn't take much to show up at PayPal and type Douglas D. Dietrich, and that gets you right there. And you can get him money there straight away. Also, the link is in the chat. I'll try to put in there a little more often now, given the current situation, and we'll talk about what else we can do about that. But
And
yes,
of course,
please.
yeah, just before we forget, I know Aristides always remembers this, and we will talk to him personally sooner than later about other things we can do. But you know, basically, you can go to the website, which is also you know, on the screen, and the website has that button Aristides will talk about.
Yeah.
At this point, he's more familiar with that than I am. But
Yeah, upper right hand corner, yellow button.
yeah.
As they used to say, I mean, in fact, go there now just to you know,
Play with
check.
it.
Yeah, just to say, let's see. Yeah, it's not, and I think this used to be the one. It's not the one right in the middle that says donate. That doesn't do anything.
That was a dummy button. Yeah, that was, you know, the website was sabotaged from the beginning by the designer.
Right.
Yeah.
But if we go to the upper right hand corner, yellow button, donate to Dietrich Productions, which is a very similar address without the middle initial. We won't spell it out, because we prefer people to go to your other one, your personal one. But that does work. So, and you see how donate with PayPal,
Yeah.
donate with debit or credit card.
Yes.
So that, I assume, means you don't have to be, because it's separate from the button that says donate with PayPal. That's where, in fact, so you already have it where they don't have to be
There you go.
Logged in.
There you go.
Yeah.
There.
So, yeah. So let's see if click on that, see if that works. Oh, it says I have to put an amount. We'll presume that works. And
Cool.
okay, that's good. I hadn't checked that.
There we are.
Okay, let's just pretend I was going to donate $1. Click donate with debit or credit, and then it. Of course, you should give much more than $1. $50 would be nice.
Please.
100.
Yes.
$1, a day maybe if you add that up.
Yeah.
That's
Actually
that's
$1 a day would be cheaper than $100 if you're just doing it for a month.
Right, but that should be the bare minimum. $1 a day is approximately $30 a month, and anybody who gives half a flying fuck, I think, could find a way
to auto pay.
To auto pay or whatever, or not get that $8 coffee. Make your coffee at home, for Christ's sake, and send Douglas some money. But yeah, that does work. So you already have a clickable thing. But that they have to go there. You'd have to see how to generate. I'm sure you can generate your own link for that to have at the ready. But but that's progress. So okay, great. So yep, good. We talked about the money first before getting all hung up in the intricacies of YouTube buttons and functions. And but one thing I have been forgetting past couple times is, of course, apart from hitting the thumbs up, like, or upvote as soon as you arrive, should make sure you are subscribed. The ubiquitous like and subscribe that everyone strives for in the online world. If you don't see a button that says subscribe, it used to show it for me on the PC, like right below the window, subscribed. Now they have it where if you're subscribed, it doesn't show anything but if you go to the main channel, don't click out of your current window listening to do that. But if on the left there where you see his name in blue, on a PC, you can do things such as right click, open in new tab. But if you're on a phone, it's a little more complicated. But if you do go to his main channel, easy enough to get there whenever you get a chance. There it should definitively tell you subscribed status. So even if you had in the past, make sure that is still a thing, that it hasn't become unsubscribed accidentally, mysteriously, nefariously. Any could be the case. And also when you hit the even if you already are subscribed, or if you're going to do that, basically the little turn on the little notification bell also, or actually click that, and then it gives you a little menu for at what rate would you like to be notified, if at all, and you want to click all. So for me,
another thing, they keep unsubscribing everybody, so remind them of that too. Thank you.
It may become, people become mysteriously unsubscribed. So this is a good thing to check once in a while if you are subscribed there at the main channel, and then turn on the notification bell. Actually click on it to get the little menu, and then you can, for me, when you turn on all notify of every new broadcast, it puts little little lines, like, I don't know, little emphasis lines around the bell. Like if you just click regular, that doesn't have that personalized or whatever, that's just where they decide by some algorithm when to tell you. I get those sometimes, it kind of decides, but you can override that and you can say all. So therefore, anytime there's a new transmission or broadcast, you will be notified by a pop-up on your device, which is very convenient, which I even use, so I don't have to fumble around and type anything, or go in, find a favorite. It just pops up, and you hit that, and you're there. So you do that, you get there, you hit the upvote, you get your wallet or your PayPal out, send Doug some money. PayPal is the most obvious way to do so, or most convenient for everybody, unless you don't have PayPal or refuse to use it, or refuse to get one. If so, hey, you may have your reasons. Douglas will be happy to work with you. Some other method for payment. Let's say put his email. Just put your email right there, right?
Yeah.
And let's make it explicit.
Yes. Yes.
So right, you see it. There you go. So in case of any alternate payment arranged, I'm sure that would be a conversation Douglas would be delighted to have. Well,
don't give me any false hopes that I have the time or to spend talking to.
Well, I mean, if you have a good reason you can't use PayPal, but you just really insist, to find a way to send money, I'm sure that's something you could, you could apply. And I'm sure you would ask for our help somehow. So, okay. Yeah. So anyway, send money, PayPal or, other TBD, most important thing. So, and to subscribe, any of these things, you have to be logged into YouTube. Unfortunately, that's the way it works. If you click and you can't and it says not logged, it'll pop up a thing that says you're not logged in. What does that mean? Or I used YouTube for years, I think, without ever being logged in, but now at this point,
Boy, they've changed that, I think.
Oh no, you don't have to be, but to do any functions, you do have to be, and so that's not as ominous as it sounds. If you have a Gmail login, I believe that works as is, to sign into YouTube, as they are the same, friendly, down home, family owned company. Not really. Sarcasm. Okay, so once you're, use a Gmail, make a Gmail, do something, click, whatever you need to do there, make a new login, I don't know if you have to use a Gmail, for sure you don't, I doubt you have to have a Gmail. I'm sure they'll give you options, so just keep clicking and typing until you, get yourself logged in somehow. You want to, of course, hit the thumbs up, and not only can you do that once you're logged in, if you look at your little menu icon, click that up in the corner. You see a menu. One of the things you'll see there is switch account, and what that means is you can switch how you're logged in, either with a different overall login or Gmail, or even within the same one. You can create channels underneath of it, and people would normally use them for publishing, partitioning different types of content. Maybe you don't want it all in one channel. You want one channel about cats and one about dogs, something like that. But the thing is, each channel can do its own separate upvoting, which is neat. So I myself am about to switch to another login and hit the upvote again. See, I voted twice, and only we're like that in the real world. But it is not. It is like that here in the Dietrich democracy. If you only put in just a little bit of effort,
that's right.
You can make it. You can make it happen.
You get double the vote. You get triple the vote.
Yeah.
You get as many votes as you work at in the Dietrich democracy.
Exactly. Yeah. So everybody, everybody's got some. You probably have some Gmail you haven't logged into for years. Everybody's got. I've got. I know I've got those. I should probably dig them up. You can switch your login there. Remember to switch back to the main account you'd like to be generally signed in and interact with, though. It's easy to forget, and then you start typing, you're like, who the heck is that? Oh, so yeah, switch back to your main one. And also in that menu, see there's a bunch of things. The main other important thing is restricted mode, where it says that should be off. That is for restricting children, etc., or basically disabling viewing of age-restricted content that can be determined automatically by YouTube. As we see, they decide that you're naughty, and that could be by a person review, that could be by just a automated screening of what's said, and it becomes age-restricted content. And if that is not off, you won't be able to see it or come back and review, or if any of your friends, tell them if they're fans, to make sure that's off, so they don't miss anything. Because we're not children here, so why is that even a thing? Why do they even, I don't know why they even have that. Like, why, I don't know. I guess if you want to censor yourself, like be like, "Oh, I don't want to see, I'm too sensitive. I need to turn that on, right? Well, if you're here, you're not. So make sure that restricted mode is off. Okay, so that's the complicated stuff. Like I said, check you're subscribed. Send some money to PayPal. Try all the other buttons besides the thumbs down, dislike, such as share. That will generate a link to the program. It will work for both the live right now and afterwards the replay. Same link will work for both. I used to say copy it out of the browser bar, but I think if you hit share, YouTube sees that and that computes in their little algorithm. And the algorithm is important because there are all these things and the upvotes, because there are downvotes that are hidden. YouTube is typical, I think, hides them for everybody these days. But in Douglas's case, they are placed by certain parties, possibly with bots.
No, definitely. There's definitely, it's automated. It's
do you see them?
Yeah. Oh, wait. What Brendan has a way to look at them. If I wanted to bother doing it, I would learn, but I never cared enough to actually learn. But when Brendan goes in there, he says that there's a certain number, a very specific number, that automatically, just the moment the show starts, there's exactly five downvotes. As soon as the show is turned on. That's like, they're automatic. They're automatic because nobody said anything yet. They just come on as soon as the show is on.
Their bots have the notification bell on, so you should too, right? Yeah, right.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And just remember that all of this is to prevent distribution by, the more unpopular it is, the less it's distributed. But the other way that popularity was made was through interaction. Granted, there were very few people who were interacting anyway, but nevertheless, those that did, it helps. So you've got to, even more than ever, spread the word verbally, person to person, and back to Aristides, about how he does that. Yeah. With his marker in public restrooms. And
that's it. Yep, that's right. Because very frequent visitor, public restrooms. Just kidding, no. But there's so many ways. You can grab that link there with the share down at the bottom, or if you have to, just grab it out of the browser bar. You can email it, put it in the chat, anywhere. Print it out on little print out one of those little tear off things and tape it up somewhere. Think of something creative. You could put his graphic, or select one of his graphics. He's got. If you go to the main channel, you could see a lot of fascinating images that I'm sure would entice people. And you could have those little tear off tabs. People would be like, you've seen that, where it's like you're interested in the, and with the phone number, but you could put the website. You can generate a QR code. There are any number of free QR code generators you just put in the website and it generates a QR code. So, and then it's point and click with the phone. So you could tape that up somewhere there, and that's the modern bathroom stall, right? QR code. Right? I haven't been.
Yes.
I'm generally, not in the. If I am in a public bathroom, it's usually not in the stall part.
Thank God. No,
but I don't go out much. Some people do. But I'm wondering if there's QR codes show. That's how people promote these days.
Yeah, it is. That's what you'd expect to see. Admittedly, I try to avoid public restrooms myself, but I've yet to. I don't know. I haven't really looked, but I would presume that maybe some people are putting QR codes up in them. That makes sense.
Well, if you could, and there's any amount of ways to share those. Be creative. How else could you share? Well, just by telling people that have an actual conversation with a human and tell them that you follow this fascinating show, and in these trying, troubling times, that you can glean some explanation of all the confusing and scary things that are happening. It won't be any less scary, but at least you'll understand them. Right? So.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and all we can say is, let's tell them about the footnotes, by all means.
Yeah.
And
Just get into that. If you see the title field of the for the show is always filled up, and oh wow, is that there's actually a little Japan emoji. That's
yes,
cute.
yes, I've actually used that before.
Oh, okay. So he's always got it filled up there, and what he can't fit there, sometimes if you see an asterisk, that refers to a footnote in the description, which you should always click more and break, kind of expand that and read what all the things Douglas wants to acknowledge there, and any itemized footnotes where applicable. So what do we have now? To check out the Dietrich Koenig, a lot of Asian characters, but it is Asian Lunar New Year. Do I have that right?
Yeah, well, it's more
Yeah.
than that. Just to explain, we're in the preliminary week before the Asian Lunar New Year's Eve day. This is the last closing week of Chinese, or rather Sinamese, meaning Sino-Vietnamese, and other Asian cultures that are particularly Sinitic in nature, but also Korean and Japanese, but mostly the Chinese and Sinitic cultures in South Asia, all the way through Thailand and Singapore, take it most seriously, and adhere to the traditions because they have retained so much of their agricultural heritage. And so it's basically Chinese December. And or I'm going to use the term Sinamese because it's inclusive. It's an inclusive term for Sino-Viet. It's Sino-Vietnamese December, and it's the closing week of Sino-Viet December. So it's Sinamese December, the last week thereof, and this is considered the little year, like a compressed year before the Asian Lunar New Year even hits. So that won't be till Monday, but in the midst of this preparatory lead up, the closing week of the 12th month on the traditional agricultural Asian lunisolar calendar, because it's both lunar and solar. It's a time where, just the way it converged this year, it's also the foundation day in Japan. Today is the Japanese 4th of July, which is, of course, an incredibly inappropriate parallel because America's 4th of July is the product of a revolution and is comparatively it's very recent historically, whereas Japanese Foundation Day, think of the depth and breadth of I hate to say this because of his own sleaziness, but think of Isaac Asimov's think of the art instead of the artist. Think of Isaac Asimov's foundation. It's that immense. So it's Japanese Foundation Day, and it was when JINMU-TENNŌ ushered in the national identity of Japan, which was established literally thousands of years ago. So even though it was the modern Japan, or rather a kind of the Japan that we would recognize with a modern identity, was the year that JINMU-TENNŌ declared that he had conquered all of the 800 islands of Japan, which was all that they mapped at that time. Now, of course, it's mapped 14,000. The Japanese archipelago has 14,000 islands. So it's a profoundly important day. Normally, I would be at the estates teaching on a day like this, especially because it segues into by midnight into National Freedom to Marry Day. But like I said, because I will be so involved come the weekend with all of that, it was agreed that the other tutors would be filling in their time during the weekday because it was much easier for them. Gives me time to address everything that we're dealing with before the Asian Lunar New Year really kicks in to high gear. And okay, back to our man Aristides. Sorry to drone on like that, but you know how I get with this.
No. Okay. I mean, I'm sure you have a lot planned for this. Are you gonna share any of your plans?
Well, you see, one of them,
Festivities.
this is actually one of my favorite escorts, and of course, they're all my favorite, let's just put it that way. And it's a photograph from around this time last year, but I'm publishing it for this year. And I'm already getting extraordinarily stupid comments from people in my email like, "Oh, what kind of samurai carries his sword in his left hand?" I'm carrying my sword in my left hand because, first off, I'm not a samurai, okay? That's a specific caste of people of hereditary lineage until around the time of approaching the Meiji Restoration, when the samurai began to recruit from the common class. And it was around that time that you had the Satsuma Rebellion and the Japanese Civil War. So there are people who are descended from kind of very recent samurai personnel, so to speak, who really don't have clans. Then, of course, there was always the Ronin, or the samurai that were cast out by their clan, or their entire clan had been annihilated. And at times like that, there's a history of single samurai that didn't have a family lineage that really would be inherited by anyone today. So when it comes to that kind of samurai phenomenon, even though it exists, that's not what I was ever a part of. My mother's matrilineal line came from a ninja clan. But I'm carrying a samurai sword, and I'm carrying it in my left hand because I'm grabbing some ass with my right.
I was exactly going to say that people really would complain about such a thing. It's because you have a woman's ass in your other hand.
Yes,
and
thank you.
And if they have something to say, they're just jealous.
Yeah, thank you.
As am I.
That's delightful. That's
because I have neither one in hand. I guess I could buy a sword.
You could also buy some ass. Don't sell yourself short.
True. Okay, note to self. Okay, and moving on. What else? Okay, yeah, it's that covers the blurb, I guess.
Yes, that was beautiful. You're such a wonderful human being. We couldn't do this without you, and we wouldn't be able to hear Aristides at all if our man Brendan Sogit hadn't personally intervened, got on screen share with me so that he could help me get the mic recognized again by the computer after its update knocked the mic off its recognition capacity. By the way, our dear friend Douglas Marks says hi in the chat. Hey Douglas, I hope all is well with you and everyone on Team Dietrich. Oh, as well, nice compliment from our friend Mr. Jusuk, who said that is the last episode before last, the latest episode before last, where we spoke on we had you come on to speak about metals with Holly, saying who else knows that about rare metals aside from yourself, or precious metals aside from yourself, meaning you, Aristides. And so our friend Jusuk, the name he went by, which might be one of the factors that got our comments disabled, was a guy commenting named Jusuk, but not because of anything he said, simply by his name. Not blaming him. I'm not blaming you, Mr. Jusuk, but yeah, it's an avatar. You might want to choose a less inflammatory avatar if we ever get back on commentary or get our commentary open again. But our dear Aristides impressed this gentleman who said what you had to say was very educational. So go back the episode before last.
Oh, I'm looking for it right now. Where is this?
Yeah. Oh, you have to open it up. I'll show you on screen share. So let's do that. So I'll go on screen share, and then Douglas Marks, I'll get back to you in a moment with an actual entry. Let's go over here to where I can screen share with our dear friend, and here we go. So then we go over to YouTube. And let's see if we can navigate.
Oh, now I see. It was only, it depends how it's displayed.
Yes, you changed the display.
Yeah, it said not top comments, but you sort by, and you got to change the sort.
Yeah.
Well, I'll like that, Mr. One Jusuk. Oh, we won't even. Okay, yeah, I won't even. We
shouldn't even say his name. Yeah, we shouldn't.
The channel name. But we hear you.
And so, at any rate, back to Douglas Marks here, as well as can be, I will respond to him. So here we are, and So here we go, as well as can be Douglas Marks. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. And by the way, for everyone who doesn't know yet, I'm just it is terrifying, the upcoming year. Just so people understand, just a quick explanation here of the years. The the year of the horse is not usually or necessarily a good year for people born in the year of the horse. And for people born in the year of the fire horse, the most volatile of all the elements. And the year of the fire horse is the year of revolutions, the year of riots, the year of just incredible massive social dislocations and changes. And change, though it can be for the better, is always obviously going to be stressful. So when a person is born in the year of the fire horse, it's one of the reasons my mother gave me my Asian name, which in Japanese is Kazube. And shout out to Heather Holman, reminds me of that lovely lady. And by the way, a shout out to Vin, who we got a picture of his computer the other day, which is like a $7,000 baby he built himself. At the very least, it's $7,000. He can come on whenever he wants to tell us the actual price of all of its components. But he's quite the gambler, and I'm sure he pulled out before crypto crashed. I hope he doesn't mind my shitting and pissing all over crypto, as I always have. But I definitely want people to understand that when it comes to the year of the fire horse, back in the days of the ancient days, when these calendars cycled, you have 5 elements, 12 zodiacal animals, and 5 elements. And so it's not just a cycle of 12 animals. Each one of these animals, each time it cycles, gets a different element. So it'd be 60 cycles before a wood pig, like my mother was born in the year of the pig. I'd have to look up what element she had. But she was born in the year of the pig, and that's a good year. That's a great year. It's considered, if you want to make it more sexy, it's also called the year of the boar. And boars are like the mega predators of their day. In the age of mammals, the boars were the Tyrannosauri Rex of their day, and they were like called the hell pigs. And you can look up hell pigs on YouTube. And at any rate, think of her as being born in the year of the hell pig. And but nobody really expected to see 60 cycles. Most people would die before their elemental zodiacal animal would cycle around again. So it was said that people born in the year of the fire horse, if they lived to see the year of the fire horse, it would be a year of apocalyptic change, because all of society would be going through apocalyptic change. So we're probably going to see an apocalyptic change. I'm not alone in being censored by YouTube. A good example here is the Gallup poll. Gallup poll how long has Gallup poll been around? 60 years at least? Longer than that.
Yeah. As long as I've been alive, I remember hearing it.
Yeah. And so let people know, I don't know if you knew this or heard this. Donald Trump behind the scenes basically threatened to start killing people at Gallup poll. So Gallup poll has come on record and said, we will no longer unleash any statistics about presidential popularity. Imagine that. So, we live now in the Soviet Union. This is like Soviet style. This is literally what happened behind the scenes. Everybody knows, because it's leaked out, that basically said, your families are all going to be slaughtered if you keep, showing people how unpopular I am. So they finally all responded, okay, we're not going to take any polls on how popular presidents are anymore. So we no longer live in a free society. If you think it's going bad for me as an individual, I'm just this termite in the structure, but there's big players out there that are being shut down. So the fact that they give me the attention that they do shows you how dangerous I am. And they've said it. They said what I'm talking about is too dangerous to allow interface with the public through commentary. We'll see if we can do something to change that. But I'm not counting on it. I'm not banking on it. So because that was the only place I actually put my link with a hyperlink that you could connect to, and we know most people are just too lazy to enter links. Just remember this, and we'll just keep repeating it. PayPal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. PayPal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. Think of those 3 Ds. And by all means, without your support, we aren't going to keep, we're not going to keep this up. We can't. And so it's your war. You've got to fight it. It's not just for your sake. It's for all the people who come after you. And by the way, we've got some approval ratings here from T-Tank Berry. And yeah, Trump's presidencies are the lowest. They are the lowest. He's never been popular. He's never been popular. He's only been hacked into office by the motherfucking Russians. And of course, his crypto pals like Elon Musk, who represent the Russians. Literally, we are under Russian occupation and Zionist occupation government, which is the same thing, believe me, because they're completely interconnected. They're inextricably linked. So, that having been said, we are now going to press ahead with the night, and by all means, Aristides, feel free to interject whenever you wish. Whoever else joins us, just let me know you're on by coming in and interjecting. Just say you're there so that we know you're there. And I want to thank everyone who's slamming the upvote, and just keep doing that. You have no idea how important it is now with, that's all we've got now. If commentary is permanently disabled, which I'm just going to assume the worst, then that's all we got. Is that and your word of mouth. And you're spreading the word on the internet. Let everyone know the son of Adolf Hitler is alive and well, and speaking his mind, and of course under siege. As is your freedom. So, okay, let's start with what Samuel Romero asked about and what other people provided news about. Basically, the grounding of aircraft at El Paso International Airport was in response to the United States military testing technology that can be used to take down drones, with the Trump maladministration official claiming that Mexicano cartel drones had breached Americano airspace. Sources saying a miscommunication or possibly a dispute between the Federal Aviation Administration and the Defense Department preceding said grounding. When the Federal Aviation Administration announced it was shutting down El Paso Airport for 10 days this morning, obviously social media lit up with speculation. By the way, okay, interesting. Our man Brendan is doing some research on this. And not what you're thinking. He's doing some research for our situation with communications. God bless him. Again, without young men like him, I don't know what shape the world would be in. And he's definitely at a higher evolutionary level. By the way, I want to let people in Canada know I'm getting to what happened in British Columbia. I'm just answering this first because this was brought up literally before we went on. A lot of people were asking me about this. Basically, what happened was that the Trump maladministration started firing high-energy laser weapons into the sky without bothering to tell anyone. Now, according to the Fourth Estate, you had this bizarre aerospace closure coming under orders from the FAA Administrator Brian Bedford, because apparently Bedford made the call after learning that the Pentagon planned to unleash high-energy counter-drone laser weapons at Fort Bliss, situated right next to El Paso International Airport. Of course, you need to wait, because there's always more. Separately, Fox News reported that military personnel had shot down a rogue party balloon, like you'd see at a child's birthday party near El Paso, after misidentifying it as a Mexicano drone. Whether this was done using the Pentagon's mega laser is unclear at the moment, but it would be a wild coincidence Well, it would be wildly coincident if that were not the case. The aerospace closure occurred without alerting White House, Pentagonalist, or Homeland Security officials. Originally, the closure was said to last 10 days, citing special security reasons. The FAA's original notice warning that the government may use deadly force against planes if officials decided the aircraft pose an imminent security threat. Well, if they're shooting at fucking party balloons, they're gonna be burning planes out of the fucking sky. So in Bedford's defense, the military laser weapon deployment is, well, it came 9 days before a February 20th meeting scheduled to review the system's potential impacts on commercial aviation. Like, will deploying this weapon bring down passenger planes? Well, he wasn't going to take that risk. Again, it is not clear if the Pentagon went ahead and deployed the laser weapon system before officials could even meet. That said, the Defense Department was seeking to use the system in El Paso before such a sit-down could even take place to see if it fucking worked. Otherwise, they'd be using a laser pointer presentation to explain their failure once the meeting started. So you can understand their logic to a degree. Further muddying the waters are the Trump maladministration's claims that the Pentagon had taken action to disable a vague cartel drone incursion right before the aerospatial shutdown. We have yet to see any evidence that such is the case. So to recap, the FAA and the Pentagon appear to be in such poor communication that experimental weaponry by the latter is shutting down civilian aeroflights by the former, and the party balloons are caught in the crossfire. Welcome to 2026. What did I tell you about the year of the fire horse? It's flaming already, and that horse hasn't even started galloping yet. Oh, man. So what I'm going to do is, because they're not here, at least not yet, I'm going to read to you what Sammy Romero said that is quite compelling. So we got Holly Kiefer with us. So before you even say hi, Holly Kiefer, let's give Sammy his due and
Good.
Yeah, read this aloud. What Sammy had to say. And so here we go. Let's take a look at this. And Heather, Jesus Christ, hoping you took care of. Oh God, that thing is so gross. She had some organic thing in her garage. We don't know what it is. It's unidentifiable. Organic matter, just organic matter in her garage. Yeah, that's
a blob.
Yeah, it's worse. It's disgusting. Whatever it is. Yeah. Anyhow, so Sammy says, I think Donnie is feeling the heat from the Ep-Files. And I like that, the Ep-Files. It should be a TV series instead of the X-Files. And like a cornered rat, I think my motherland, and he's speaking of the United Mexicano States, people. I think my motherland, for those of you who don't know, Mexico is not just named Mexico. It's named the United Mexicano States, all right? For those of you who don't know. At any rate, he says, I think my motherland is next to try and stop the midterm. In other words, what he's saying, rather inarticulately, is that he feels that Trump is going to attack Mexico, start a war with Mexico, to declare a state of war and ergo a national state of emergency so that there will be no midterms. It is all too logically compelling. I could see that. So he says, again, Donnie is feeling the heat. That rat gonna do what he can to halt the midterm. My intuition tells me U.S. strike on Mexico for security reasons over cartel. The rat Donnie is feeling it. Pam Bondi pretty much had a nervous breakdown today. Then Sammy got involved with writing what I would call fan erotica about Donnie and Pam Bondi, which borders on softcore porn. Okay. No more on that. Holly says, and I'm going to read this, Holly. Now, I'm going to presume Holly he wrote at least the intro to this, but I'll read it as if, you know what,
Yeah.
Holly, you read this. You read this.
Oh,
Read this.
this can't be good.
You wrote it.
Okay.
You entered it. I'm about to read what you wrote.
Yeah, that's what worries me.
Yeah, breaking.
I
Oh
know.
my God. Yeah, okay, I'll read it. Yeah, breaking.
Trying to get this
So this is
data.
Holly. I'm going to
Hold
try and
on.
imitate
Okay.
Holly's voice.
Yeah, go
Breaking.
ahead.
Oh my God!
Uh-oh.
New report reveals the FAA closed El Paso airspace because Pete Hegseth's Pentagon was firing off lasers without warning them to shoot down a party balloon they said was a cartel drone, quote unquote. Quote, cartel drone, unquote. In a very believable but still astonishing show of incompetence and carelessness that inconvenienced thousands of people and put everyone's lives at risk, or people's lives at risk, the mysterious closure of the airspace around El Paso was discovered to have been because the Department of Defense deployed a new high-energy laser to shoot down what was believed to have been, and of course I lost my place, what was believed to have been help me out here, Holly, you wrote this or entered it.
Yeah, I lost it too. I'm looking at it. Yeah, no, this is all copied from posts from the Democratic Facebook page.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we did earlier this week.
Yeah.
Meetings were scheduled over safety impacts.
No, I got it.
Now I'm trying to pick it up.
I got it.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
the
okay.
Department of Defense deployed a new high-energy laser to shoot down what was believed to have been a, quote, cartel drone, unquote, but turned out to be a floating party balloon. By the way, this is far more believable than even the compelling scenario of Sammy Romero, simply because Sammy Romero's compelling scenario is unrealistic because it gives the Republican Party and Donald Trump the credit of having some capacity to think ahead, to at least even plan ahead that far, which they have no capacity to do. This, on the other hand, is guaranteed to be what happened. So earlier this week, the anti-drone technology was launched near the southern border to shoot down what appeared to be foreign drones. The flying material turned out to be a party balloon. One balloon was shot down. Meetings were scheduled over safety impacts, but Pentagon officials wanted to test the technology sooner, stating that the U.S. Code 130I requirements governing the protection of certain facilities from unmanned aircraft had been met. The two agencies were to meet on the 20th to coordinate in order to protect civilian aircraft, but the Pentagon moved forward with abusing the laser before the meeting even took place, which triggered the emergency closure. The FAA did not consult with the White House before closing the aerospace, prompting the Trump maladministration to issue a story about an incursion by a quote-unquote cartel drone that caused the closure. The threat has been neutralized, and there is no danger to commercial travel in region, wrote Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy on Twitter. This is so typical of the Trump maladministration from top to bottom, no regard for proper protocols, recklessly putting Americans' lives at risk so they can destroy things, then coming up with some cockamamie bullshit to try to explain it away. God only knows how much taxpayer money was just wasted to obliterate a party balloon. Hegseth needs to be fired and order restored to the U.S. military ASAP. There you go. This from Holly Kiefer. And so take it away, Holly. What else is on
the next mind? Is just a CBS reference, which I presume the text was pulled from on this post on Facebook. But a few things here. Isn't it still illegal to point like a laser pointer at a plane because you might blind the pilot?
Yes.
And so they're shooting these things off right next to the airport. God knows what's going by 2 miles up or whatever, you know.
Yes.
And remember how they just shot a bunch of holes in the 5 throwing that party at Vandenberg?
Oh God.
And it was a big fight with Newsom because they didn't want to close the highway.
Oh yes. Of course. How could I
Remember
yeah,
that?
Of course I remember that. Yes. Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
if that highway had been full of cars, Jesus.
It
and
was.
Newsom
What are you talking
made
about?
them.
It was. People were going
I
there
thought
to see
he
the fireworks.
finally. Oh yeah. I thought. Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, observers, sure, watchers. I thought Newsom actually did make them shut down the highway though. I could be wrong.
I can't remember. I'd have to go back and
I
look.
could be.
That's
Yeah,
not
and
how
it's
I
not worth
remember
it.
it though. But yeah,
It's
like,
not worth it. But they shot the shit out of it for a mile or so,
yes. I mean,
missing the
yeah.
target.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think, again, this is not crediting the Trump or the Republicans with any foresight. Trump and the Republicans.
After all, it is California.
Yeah, Trump and the Republicans wanted to do that because it is California. So believe me, yeah, they would have blamed the Californians. Well, you should have cleared the interstate. That's what they
Yeah.
Yeah. It's on you.
Yeah, it damaged CHP cruisers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was going
That's
to
right.
type it, but I figured I'd just say it. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Big old craters.
And thank you
Good
for
luck.
your private messages on the situation there, dear Brendan. Thank you. And he says, yeah, I like your private messages on that. Tell them about how you thought I died, Brendan. Tell them about how you thought I died.
Oh, well, I saw this news story that says hoarder in San Francisco dies in his own house during a fire.
Oh God.
And then it showed this this Victorian pile of trash, because those old houses, like once they're dilapidated, they're toast. And I was like, that's the crypt, like it looks just like it. And he's dead. And I just said, I gave him a eulogy in the comment. I just said, yeah, man, it's over. I knew it finally got to you. It's like his toaster oven fell on the, whatever else you have in there.
Oh my God.
The toilet or
Literally
something.
toasted.
Yeah.
Literally toasted you.
Fuck
But
you.
that's the impression that the article gave.
Yeah, that's right. By the way, Holly knows me all too well. For those of you who don't know, the gas is turned off in my home. I have no gas. My landlady did that, and illegally. So, but nevertheless, I get by with electricity, and one of the things I use is a toaster oven, which is actually placed in the bathroom right in front of the toilet, simply due to the incredible, way my home has been reorganized over the years and the way things are stacked up. And this comes from being a care provider. When you're a care provider and you're taking care of two people and just things pile up, I mean, if anybody doesn't understand that, you simply have never been a care provider. I mean, tell them, Holly. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah. You can't do it all. And if the family has stuff, I mean, I've seen in my generation now, nobody's got a family farmhouse anymore to keep their precious family heirlooms in. The family's split all over the country and mostly renting, and there's no place. And if, nobody's having kids, it's like, well, what do we do? Stuff nobody's really going to want, but means a lot to you.
Yeah.
Even people's photograph collections and stuff. What the hell do you do with something like that when you're the last one?
Well, it all rots. It all rots anyway. Everything is just rots.
Yeah. Everything does.
But by the way, for anybody who doubts what we had one individual complain that I had quote unquote given Brendan $300 to come to San Francisco to fix my internet and computer and everything that was going on with it. And our man Brendan, of course, can tell you that was a total wash. He wound up losing money. But beyond that, he discovered, as he said, he'll tell you how priceless it is, how dangerous San Francisco is. Well, he always knew. But for those of you who doubt it, out west here in California, we just talked about lasers being deployed against, children's birthday parties in Texas. Out here, out west, farther west than Texas in California, another 49er of NFL football player got shot in San Francisco as Keion White. How do you pronounce his name? Keion? Anyhow, Keion White was wounded at the Mission nightclub after a dispute involving...
Yeah, he was on
Little
4th
bit.
and Mission. He was on 4th and Mission.
Yeah.
Fucking
So
idiot.
yeah.
At 4 a.m. People were saying, how is he allowed to be out there? You know, like none of his agents were saying, look, dude, we need to like do a head count. Like you can't be out and about on football. You know, what is it called? The
Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Superb owl. You know?
Yeah. Jesus Christ. So, yeah, for those of you who aren't footballers, the 49ers lineman, Keion White, was shot at a Mission District nightclub after a dispute linked to rapper Lil Baby's entourage, marking the second San Francisco shooting of a 49er in 12 years. Once a year, a 49er is getting shot. Look, these aren't normal people. These are like considered demigods in our society. These are multi-million-dollar prima donnas. Right? How is one of them getting shot every year in San Francisco? San Francisco is a dangerous fucking place, people. But yeah,
I wonder if they're fanatical Raiders fans. I gotta wonder because they're out there.
It's not like he's wearing his uniform.
All right,
they're just aggressive.
Yeah.
You know, they're just blokes with high testosterone. They just yell at each other.
Yeah,
and
then start shooting.
If you're yelling at rappers, it's like you should know they're armed. It's like such a
right.
Like that's all they sing about. It's like it's not rocket science. I got the glick, you know. I got the blicky, you know. It's just they all are armed. So just assume. If they have like crazy chains and a bunch of people with them, don't yell at them unless you want to die.
By the way, Samuel Romero says, thank God it wasn't Doug's crypt burning. The dead man switch would have been triggered, and I'd be expecting Cthulhu appearing off Santa Monica Beach.
Yeah. Rising over San Francisco.
At this point, I'd rather see a demi, the
One
those
of the
creatures
anti-gods.
battle the gods and shit. Yeah, that would be better than what we're dealing with. To be honest with you.
Those pesky Mexican drone swarms. After
yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't know if this was corroborated, but there was some rumors going around that a helicopter actually got blown up out there.
Jeez, I wouldn't put it past him.
So I think no, I'm saying it was like from the other side. Like they had a successful strike. That's why they're all trying to knock them out now. The enemy side had a successful strike.
You mean there were rumors online that the Mexicans had struck down a helicopter?
Yeah, there was footage of it. But no official statement was ever released or anything like that. You know,
because it was an illegal action on our part.
You know what I would instantly think? You know what I would instantly think?
Yeah.
No, continue. Complete your thought, Brendan.
Oh, I just would assume they would just politicize it and just say it was a declaration of war and shit. But I guess they can't do that because it's a criminal organization.
You mean the Trump crime dynasty?
Our government,
or the cartels?
Pretty much is the same at this point.
Yeah, no, it wasn't just any Mexican drones.
I'm talking like, conventional.
Yeah.
Yes. So, Samuel Romero has joined us. By all means, Sammy, I want to hear your 2 cents on this. But this is what I would think. If what Brendan said is true, my first thought would be that the Americans used their laser and accidentally shot down one of their own helicopters and automatically claimed it was the Mexicans. That's what would make sense. But go on. Yes.
Well, honestly, I think because I was looking at Pam Bondi pretty much having a nervous breakdown, and she pretty much was crumbling. I'm thinking because, by the way, the little novella I was writing, I was kind of bored. So I'm like, let me make fun of this.
Hey, I used to write porn. Brendan can tell you. You got nothing on me, so go on.
Well, it wasn't meant to be. It was kind of disgusting, but knowing Trump, how he probably is. Because, by the way, I don't know if you guys heard, like, a bunch of stuff came out on his medical as far as how many venereal disease that he's being treated for. So I mean, yeah, the man was being treated by a doctor, but he pretty much his little thing was pretty much falling off. But so my logic is, well, all the female staffers, he at least had to audition them. So Pam Bondi's no different, right?
Yeah.
But she got grilled hard. She got grilled really hard. So
it's not like she doesn't deserve it.
Well, she does. The thing is, it was pretty bad. I'm sure you guys saw it. So I guarantee you she called Donald Trump and and pretty much
ask
whined.
for comfort. Yeah.
Right. Well, it is what it is. But yeah. And then looking back on what I wrote, I'm like, man, my imagination did run kind of wild. But
yeah, her quote's been floating around online.
What was the quote?
Right.
Or she said, if we take down everyone in the files, our whole system will fall. And it's like, yeah, that's the point, you idiot. Yeah, they're all evil. But anyways, sorry, Sam, for interrupting. But
no, that's funny. Fine. That's you can't write this any better. Like you cannot write this any better. Like, how can I say this?
At least it's Epstein's fault and not Obama's.
Right.
When it all falls, well, the big takeover, fucking Epstein.
It's
right.
Anyhow. Yeah, go on, Sammy.
Well, and then as far as her whining to Trump, I kind of saw a scenario where Trump, because of his involvement with her, of auditioning, and I'm probably giving him too much credit. He is soulless. Him trying to kind of distinguish the extinguished situation by attacking Mexico.
Well, it's logical. It's logical, and it fits their MO. I do.
And the Project 2025 too. The whole this hemisphere, North and South America, is now all he wants to care about, in quotes,
right,
and wants to control every aspect of.
Right,
like it's all his now, and let Russia and China do their thing. That's what the book says. So, hey, here we go. It certainly seems to be playing out, and yeah, it's very plausible that we would go crazy down there.
Right, and then Brandon, talked about a couple weeks ago as far as the astrology and all the signs in February that are happening. I wouldn't be surprised. February is my birth month. I'm starting not to like my birthday.
Well, join the club.
Happens.
Yeah, well, Sammy and I can relate. Go on.
Right. So, plus it's tax season, so it's that's another headache, but I digress. But that's pretty much it. That little novella I wrote was just me trying to make fun, but it was, looking back on it, it was a little, risque.
It was fine.
So
it's fine.
I'm
believe me, it was nothing compared to mine. Brendan's seen it. Brendan, you can tell him what mine is like.
God is still working in me. He's not through with me yet. A typical evangelical Christian would say God's not done with me. But no, it was just me. Trying to make you have to laugh. You have to laugh through this too, because you're gonna end up being like who's that one guy from Fox? Not Tucker Carlson, the other oh my God.
Like back to Bill O'Reilly or something?
No, it was the other paranoid guy.
They're all paranoid.
There's too many. There's a lot of crackers in that soup, so it's hard to name them all. They're always the same. I'm kidding. Oh my God, I'll think about him. He's the paranoid guy. He's always used to. Oh my God, it wasn't Bill O'Reilly. It wasn't Tucker Carlson. It was. He has a really cheesy, stupid name. He's the blonde. He kind of had like a crew haircut, a little bit. I'll think of him. I know his face. It just I can't put a face to it because he's really irrelevant. Anyways, yeah, it's just we're living wacky times, so you got to make fun, you got to laugh, you have to kind of do this because it's really all we got right now. So yeah, that's just my little 2 cents.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank
that
you.
profoundly, and glad you were able to join us. So, obviously, you've heard what was said about El Paso. Any further thoughts on that, aside from the
To be
strategic
honest with you,
implications? Yeah.
you know, the reason why I went that extreme because I really do think he's really feeling the heat.
Yeah.
And I would not be surprised if he strikes Mexico because
Yeah.
Venezuela didn't work.
That's right.
Threatening Greenland didn't work.
That's right.
So he's really mentally incompetent. He really is. So he's a scared rat. It's almost like putting a rat. It's like America is a hostage.
Yeah.
Donald Trump's the rat.
Yeah.
And I don't know who the powers that be stick a metal salad bowl on top of him.
Yeah.
And get a torch and heat up that metal salad bowl and watch Donald Trump squirm and pretty much dig through us trying to get out.
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of like what's going on. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
So all this information coming out, he's definitely running scared.
Yeah.
So the most dangerous person is a scared person. You don't want a scared person. The fact that Pam Bondi literally said to I forget the Congress's name, but he's pretty much another attorney. She pretty much questioned if he was an attorney. Brandon saw the video; he can probably tell you. But this is not good. They have no composure as far as at least explaining why they're trying to keep that. And the thing about it is, nobody's surprised he's in it. So why are you guys covering it up?
Yeah.
Nobody's
seriously.
surprised. I mean, I don't care if the Windsors are in there, all of them, including the Queen. Nobody cares. But Americans
are being widely distributed of Epstein, Trump, and a very young Pam Bondi.
Right.
Not that young.
Right.
A 20-year-old. You've seen that short blonde bob haircut.
Well,
and it's been all around. Like, I mean, it looked legit to me. Like they knew each other because the New York social scene.
And that makes a lot of sense. I mean, to be honest with you, it's so bad right now that the Clintons want to go and testify just to make Donald Trump testify. So, for pieces of fecal matter that the Clintons are, it's bad when they don't care.
Yes,
that's how they look, and it is what it is. It's just, I was seeing like a clip of how respectful George Bush was to Barack Obama, as far as in public, as far as a president. It makes me realize how, like, man, we really are digging. We're not even in the sewer. We're like, this is dumpster juice. We're in, like,
doesn't take long.
I mean,
doesn't take long.
It doesn't. And the thing about it is how can to say that George Bush had more decor than Donald Trump is
would you ever have believed? Like, he's like a statesman now.
Well, and that's the thing about it is he actually had grace.
Horror.
Absolutely. Yeah. He had grace. I mean, did he kill more soldiers by Iraq? Absolutely. Did he kill and rape probably?
Madness.
Exactly.
And his cronies were madness too.
Absolutely. Donald Rumsfeld was he probably throw him in the bunch
every day.
He's another jelly bean you can throw in the jelly bean bag. All of
hideous,
them,
right? Hideous people.
Exactly.
Cheney and oh God.
Yes. The thing about it is, at least it's seen his decor as far as him not speaking ill will of Barack Obama. Obviously, Barack Obama was chosen. To say he was elected, no, he was chosen, and he was so safe. He was what I mean by so safe and qualified, obviously he did not have a military record, and I do agree with Doug in his past transmissions. Probably Daddy Bush was probably the most qualified because obviously his quote unquote military background.
Yes.
But you know, his being a career long government employee.
Yes.
Elected official. But as far as Barack Obama was pretty much a cookie cutter, well spoken, you know, robot.
Yeah.
I mean, he pretty much was as safe as it gets. So safe, the fact that, you know, it was almost like you can't be from this country. You have to be from another country.
Yes. He was just too genteel. He was too genteel to be an American.
He was polite. I mean, that's how shocking it is. The guy was polite.
Exactly.
I remember hearing a speech he made, and it was like he was speaking to a kindergarten class. And it was some really tense moment in his presidency. I forget which one. And they're getting avalanched with death threats and shit. But it was like explaining very carefully and slowly to a class full of little crazy kids. And I was like, dude, it's true.
But you know what? That actually does help, though. And by the way, my apologies. I don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No.
You go ahead, Sammy. She finished her thought. Yeah. She finished her line.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And the reason why this is very crucial, and I think as retarded, mentally challenged as George Bush was, George Bush actually still understood to not talk bad about the man that's wiping his ass.
Yes.
Like Barack Obama literally licked his ass so he can. You know, the recession hit, you know, 2008, the housing market crashed. He knew he pretty much destroyed Americana. Yeah. So it had to take a immigrant, you know, to clean it up. Like, of course, you know, it's America, right?
Yes.
He was very...
Well, Obama was very accommodating to Republican policies, that's for sure.
Exactly. So he was a perfect whipping boy. My point is, George Bush really was his friend. In fact, it was actually just, it made him look classy, of all things, right? Go figure.
Yeah.
Right. And you fast forward, you know, 25 years later, you know, we're in the dumpster juice. It's that bad. But go ahead, though.
Yeah. That's all it took.
Yeah, we've plummeted. Yeah, go on, Holly.
Yeah, it's a curve. Like it picks up speed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Once it gets a direction, and it picks up speed fast. It's picked up speed. I mean, my whole life has been born in '60, lived on the edge of the coming apocalypse. You know what I mean? So it's always been end times in the psychology of the society all my life. But yeah, it's speeding up. It's like it's getting closer. I forget it's in any tech headline reel tonight, but another big safety manager guy from I forget which big AI company just quit, saying the end is upon us. I swear to God. I wish I had more details. I should have saved that, but I fucked up and didn't.
Oh, no worries.
The end is upon us.
Oh, that reminds me. I better put some. I'll go up and retrieve them. I had them in the Infinite Call, and I don't know if you saw it, Holly. By the way, one of the things I actually brought to your attention specifically, I said at Holly Kiefer, so it's supposed to notify you, but you probably never got the notification. But if you scroll further up to where it says at Holly Kiefer, it was just. It was pointing out that there was a real straight marriage that took place at Bad Bunny's little halftime show. And
yes.
So you
saw
that
one. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't have time to heart it, but
okay. And but I do want to bring some other things to people's attention. This actually gives us an idea of what we're contending with here. Is that here's Texas is it's actually. The British are retroactively investigating a man killing his 23-year-old daughter in Texas because they're both British citizens. But the man moved to Texas because he became a MAGA cultist, and so he got into a big argument with his daughter, and then killed her. So the Texans, of course, because he's a MAGA guy and just killed some woke bitch, they said, "Oh, that's cool," and never prosecuted him. So now the British are following up on it to see what they can do, and good on them. I mean, this is disgusting. And so that's up there in the infinite call for people on Team Dietrich, and it's in the chat now for our listeners. Also, here we have
Well, weirdly, Douglas,
yes.
in the just, I didn't drill down on it much, but in the Google newsreel this morning, there was a thing about, I almost want to say Minnesota as the state, but the guy running for senator or governor or something, GOP, hardcore, dropped out because his daughter had been killed by his son-in-law, her husband, apparently.
Stabbed?
And so those, I believe. I'm not entirely sure. But at this, you were saying that, but I was reading this, and so it's kind of strange.
Well, it just goes to show that murder is rife in the Republican Party because they're all about
coincidence.
violence. Well,
that's for sure.
I don't know.
That is for sure.
I don't know if you saw the link further up. You'd have to scroll, Sammy, but I'd like your response, Sammy, to basically the Trump's border boss, if you remember Bongino. Or Bongino. How do you pronounce it? I think it should be Bongino, but at any rate, the Border Patrol commander, Greg Bovino, sorry, I'm thinking of the old rock band, Bon Jovi. I'm conflating it with Bon Jovi. Anyhow, so...
And then there's Bongino.
Yes, and Bongino, but this is Bovino. Anyhow, Bovino, he was... I put a link in our chat, and it's further up in the call for people on Team Dietrich to access. But Bovino, essentially, this agent shot a United States citizen, Marimar Martinez, a local school teacher, a woman, shoots a female U.S. citizen 5 times. And Bovino is just gushing over it, and basically, the agent in question's not only not disciplined, but he's basically saying, good on you, fuck the bitch, and I like to see her squirm, and all that shit. Just literally saying how he got off on this female school teacher, a U.S. citizen, being shot 5 times. This is where we're at. Yeah, go on, Sammy.
Well, they had a big hearing yesterday or the day before where that woman who did survive that attack got to testify.
Yeah, thank
and
God.
Some others as well. And I heard some of it, and it is gut-wrenching.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, did she survive or she died?
She survived.
She actually survived.
She survived being
She
shot
actually
5
survived.
times. Yeah.
Actually survived it.
Well, wow.
And she's like brain injured and stuff from a bad accident. Something happened to her. And the first thing was she was trying to get to the doctor in this last couple of months.
Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, this is just my opinion. This is not. I don't think this is going to go nowhere. Okay. Yeah. Sadly.
Oh.
She doesn't have the complexion for the protection, and I'm just keeping it real. Yeah. One of the reasons why, because of what's going on right now. But I don't really see. Maybe later on, but as far as the outrage, I don't know. I don't see it. I really don't. As for that lady being shot in Minnesota, you would think there would be more action being done, and there is. The ICE is not getting as funded supposedly as there should be, but as far as this lady, this is a tragedy. It's just this is the first time me hearing about it, so I don't, and I'm not trying to say I'm up to date with everything. It's just sadly it might just get swept under the rug.
Well, the very fact that you haven't heard about it shows that it already has been swept under the rug.
This is terrible.
Well,
It's terrible.
all I'm trying to point out is a couple of days ago, she did get a public, for what it's worth, and I'm not saying it is, she was heard nationwide giving testimony to what happened.
So
And that is on
yeah,
record.
at least we get it on the record. Yes.
And there was a couple other people that had been just horrifically attacked, women, teachers and what have you, and that also got to speak. So, like I say, for what it's worth,
Well,
it's just the tip of the iceberg, though. God, there's a horrifying guys doing this reporting on the fact that so many times this is Border Patrol. And they're like, believe me, that's business as usual down there.
Yes.
unfortunately.
Sammy, respond, please.
Well,
You
one
don't
of the-
ask questions. You
Right.
just do whatever you want to them
Yeah, let's,
Well,
and drag
that's
people
really,
around.
yeah. Let Sammy
absolutely.
respond, Holly. Yeah.
well, one of the things that comes to mind though is, she got shot. Right, she got shot right multiple times. That's
right.
actually pretty humane compared to all the sexual assaults that's been going on in the
Right.
ICE facilities.
Yes.
Oh God.
We don't
Yeah.
we don't know how many have been sexually assaulted. There's a Nicaraguan woman in Louisiana who was being sexually assaulted by a ICE agent, a detention agent. He was using his daughter as a pretty much saying, "I'll let you see her, but you're gonna have to,
Right.
you're gonna have to let me take advantage of you."
Oh, it's
that's,
out of
in my
off
opinion,
the- yeah.
we're living in the times where being shot 5 times is actually pretty humane compared to being, assaulted sexually numerous of times. You're talking about the
Yeah.
psychological damage he probably did in front of his own kid. This is classic, this is classic Presidio type of torture.
It's bestial. Yeah, it's bestial
right,
behavior.
And unfortunately, you're creating more damage. You're psychologically harming that child if they saw that. You're creating serial monsters. And by the way, there's one of the things that I keep in mind is, all the Iraqi war, Afghanistan GIs have not been triggered yet. They haven't flipped the switch where we're gonna start seeing mass shootings because all these PTSD guys all of a sudden get triggered and someone gets shot.
Yeah.
But I mean, that maybe I'm kind of going off the tangent a little bit, but unfortunately, it's very sick. It's very sad. But unfortunately, that lady being shot right now is more humane than being,
captured,
raped.
In other words, very seriously, it's almost better to be killed than to be taken alive.
Right. So,
yeah.
I mean, this is horrible. I mean, but this is the first time I've heard of it. Unfortunately, and from what I've heard, that ICE agent is supposedly being prosecuted. But like anything, the court or due process for us, but not due process for you guys. So, it's going to take a little bit of time. They're going to drag it to court. Of course, they get due process. It's going to happen. It's just a lot of things can happen in a week is what I'm trying to say. So,
True.
we're just living in these times where, unfortunately, being shot is actually very humane. So it's sad.
It's no, that's thank you for that, and that's very important. I'm glad that Sammy expressed that. I'm glad Holly has expressed what she has. I'm just going to go into some observations here, my monologue. I want both of you to interject whenever you feel like it. Honestly, if you need to drop off to do something, go ahead, but always feel free to jump back on. But I want you to start. This is, of course, Brooke Hagberg is in Canada, and she contributes $100 a month with auto payment. So this is for Brooke Hagberg. Basically, welcome back to Critical Omissions in the monologuing sense. And this is where we would love to crack jokes down here south of the Great White Northern Border about strange happenings at the Olympics or Canadian politics. But today is not the day for that. Parents are grieving and children are suffering, and that pain will not ease soon. Our condolences to all the families dealing with the northeastern BC school shooting tragedy. Yesterday, Canadian police confirmed that while President Donald Trump was threatening to block the opening of a new Canadian-built Gordie Howe Bridge between Detroit and Canada across the Detroit River from opening, at least 10 people were killed in shootings at a school and a home in British Columbia, and that others were injured. The mass shooter who perpetrated the killing in Canada, or I should say massacre, fatally shooting 8 people and injuring 12 more in the tiny Canadian town of Tumbler Ridge, has been identified by police as another troubled teenager. Well, another troubled white male teenager. The 18-year-old Jesse Van Rutseler, a suspiciously Zuid-Afrikaner name. I would guess one of Donald Trump's South African immigrants who decided to cross the border because their family could afford to do so, which was the story with Elon Musk. And an official admitted that police had responded to Van Rutseler's home several times in recent years for mental health-related calls. This is obviously a failure of the system when a person winds up killing 10 people and critically injuring 24. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, this kid took out the fucking town. We didn't need more Canadian-American tension on the borderline amidst all this, but we got it anyway the night before last with a threat on social media by Trump to block the opening of the nearly completed Gordie Howe International Bridge between Windsor, Ontario and Detroit. Trump wants the grand old USA to be fully compensated for everything we have given them, as well as half ownership of the structure. I mean, like, personally. Prime Minister Mark Carney said he has shared with Trump that Canada has paid for all of this project, also hiring American workers and purchasing American steel to do so. Crossing just south of the northern borderline after that travesty, the American dream has morphed into a nightmare as Seamus Coulton. Seamus Coulton is an Irish immigrant married to the United States citizen Tiffany Smith, and he's lived in Boston for more than 20 years. Well, that's until ICE agents detained him, and he's been held for 5 months in a Texas hellhole under the most appalling conditions with no heat through winter. The idea that Americans are any safer because a white Irishman is locked up in squalor and facing deportation is a bloody fucking sick-ass joke. And Howard Lutnick's Epstein story doesn't even make sense. The Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, once recounted how he was immediately repulsed by Jeffrey Epstein. Now he has acknowledged visiting the late mass sex offender's private island, the latest instance of the Trump maladministration being drawn deeper into the scandal. Now, before I start getting really snarky here, let's see who's still on the call with us. If either of you still are, some response is welcome concerning that poor white Irish guy sitting in a detention cell in Texas for 5 months throughout the winter holidays, waiting to be deported. Sammy, please, some commentary on this.
I haven't heard about that one.
Yeah, this is, well, let's hope Sammy
But
can
the joy of seeing Lutnick embarrassed at all, if that's possible, just gives me the greatest pleasure.
Yes. Thank you.
It's delightful.
Yes.
Oh, that guy.
Oh,
God.
But speaking of which, by the way, I don't know, have you seen any of the scenes from Melania? Holly?
No, I have not.
I honestly believe that Trump and Melania have never had sex. I believe that there was another woman who was used to carry their children to term, if they're claiming any children between them, because her sons, she has no response to them. Any mother who's given birth to a child, obviously some women are out there who are psychotic, are sociopathic, which Melania
Yeah.
obviously is, but beyond that, you still usually see a woman who squeezed out a child, even the kind of mother, and it's a lot more common than people realize, and it's actually almost understandable in a certain sense. I can say that. The psychotic sociopath in me can relate. There's a lot of mothers out there who kill their children. But the one thing you never see from them is a total lack of affect. Usually, with a mother and a child, there's a visceral hatred, a annoyance. I mean, if you don't like your children, you know what I mean. If you don't like your kids, it's impossible to hide. You know, a woman walks into a room and her kid's there, and and this kid's been an absolute horror and ungrateful, or however she perceives it. Your average woman's going to have some kind of response emotionally. But with Melania, there is nothing. There's like nothing. It's like she's like, she interacts with them only in the most formal sense. They're total strangers to her. It's disconcerting to watch. It really is. And by the way, all the
Baron's her only kid.
There you go. And there's
she's
nothing
not that to the older dorks. They were Ivanka's.
No, it's Baron. It's Baron.
And I thought she was all doting on him.
No. Oh no, there's nothing there. I mean, she sees him and there's like nothing.
She's affectless anyway.
Yeah.
At least,
she's
publicly.
completely opaque. She's completely opaque. Yeah, no, I believe she's
completely.
like that all the time. I don't think it's public. I think she's like that all the time.
And there are people like that.
Yeah, I can imagine her being angry. But I can't imagine her being anything else. But I believe that.
But she's the simmering anger, the under the surface.
Well, that's always there. That's
with
always
the facade on it.
Yeah, that's always there. There's real passive aggression there. But I believe Baron was carried to term by some woman was chosen to carry him.
That's entirely plausible. I don't think Ivana had any of her kids.
Yeah. Well, Ivanka.
Or did
you
she?
mean Ivanka or Ivana?
Ivanka.
Ivana.
Yeah. No, Ivana had her kids.
Yeah, Ivanka did not. Ivanka did not. No, that's because she couldn't, because Jared Kushner is a transgendered female.
Right.
Quite seriously, that's not paranoid. That's not. Yeah, no, it's really, which makes all of their transphobia all the more bizarre. But meanwhile, Melania
he is so strange looking.
Oh, he's just horrible. Just horrible.
He's just horrible.
He did not.
An insane clown posse.
Thank you.
Situation.
Yes, it is. No, it's horrific. It is the gang that couldn't shoot straight. It's the worst.
Insane.
What do you call that? A motley crew. It's the worst motley assemblage that we've ever seen.
Wow.
Yeah, historically. Meanwhile, Melania's budget could have paid the salaries of every fired Washington Post employee 3 times over. In just an incomplete breakdown of Jeff Bezos' financial priorities, weighing one piece of propaganda against 300 journalists, Melania's budget could have paid the salaries of every fired Washington Post employee 3 times over. Now, once a guiding light for Beltway political coverage from the back rooms of Congress to the hallowed halls of the White House, the Washington Post has been in sharp decline since Jeff Bezos began speedrunning the plot to Citizen Kane. Bezos, once the world's richest man, purchased that paper for $250 million in 2013, but since just before President Donald Trump's return to office in 2024, he started putting his thumb on the scales like never before. He blocked the paper's endorsement of Kamala Harris, a maneuver that cost that paper 250,000 subscribers. Less than 6 months later, Bezos' movie studio, Amazon MGM, at the cost of $75 million, bought all the distribution rights to Melania, a fawning, if ineffective, piece of propaganda made by the disgraced filmmaker and Jeffrey Epstein co-conspirator Brett Ratner of the Rush Hour franchise, who has been in exile from Hollywood since 2017 after he was proven guilty of sexual misconduct and outright perverted harassment by multiple women, including the actress Olivia Munn, who testified that Ratner masturbated in front of her in his trailer. For his comeback, the Ratner man summoned all the artistic ambition of a local realtor who just got himself a drone. The project also suffers from poor timing, what with the screening at the White House taking place just hours after federal agents shot and killed Alex Preddy in Minneapolis. And on the movie's opening day, Ratner himself appeared in photographs released as part of the Jeffrey Epstein files. With the second high-profile killing of a U.S. citizen by federal officers on the streets of Minneapolis in late January, several observers have concurred in the past fortnight. The owl then English there for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it has 12 weeks, that the United States is on the brink of civil war. This brings us into kind of a response to Sammy Romero and what he says about, this isn't, he's not seeing outrage. Well, in some ways, certainly the way the retro conservatives or paleo reactionaries would interpret it, the mass actions of the people in Minneapolis could be viewed as a dress rehearsal for civil war, or even an acknowledgement that the militarization of their city already borders on a siege if you swing to the left in your politics. But it is also important to understand the dynamics that keep civil wars at bay, many of which are on display in the tactics used by residents of Minneapolis to protect their neighbors from ICE raids. So this is in response to Sammy's cynicism. The nonviolent activism on display in Minneapolis can only strengthen America's democracy, which is the best bulwark against civil war. The anti-ICE protests in Minneapolis may help prevent a second American Civil War. But instead of reporting on that, while his movie was in the middle of bombing at the box office, so far returning $13 million on Amazon's political donation/investment, Bezos fired a third of the Washington Post staff. How many salaries could Melania's budget have paid for? All the ones recently cut by the Post 3 times over. The numbers start to get strange immediately, as Amazon paid 8 times the typical price for a political documentary, and it came from the very top. Puck's Matthew Belloni was skeptical that the former Amazon studio head, Jen Salk, was interested in the film at all, and a few weeks before Amazon made the deal, Bezos had dinner with Trump and his wife at Mar-a-Lago. This led to, per the New York Times, Bezos going all in on overpaying for Melania. Where Amazon spent $75 million for Melania, the company had previously spent a total of $12 million on the liberal-leaning docs. Titles like, I Am Not Your Negro, or Mayor P. The Stacey Abrams, that's it, right? Stacey Abrams film, All In. And Time, a documentary about incarceration. Not only did Bezos inflate Melania's value, but Amazon also poured another $35 million into marketing the film, about 10 times what even a high-profile doc costs to advertise. For comparison, Disney also bid on the film, maxing out at $14 million, which is still high for any documentary. But not everyone is taking a bath on the film. Melania herself, as a person, made a fortune off Melania as an ad campaign, earning a reported $28 million paycheck, just shy of the $29 million that Arnold Schwarzenegger received for returning to Terminator 3, subtitled Rise of the Machines. Not bad for a documentary subject. It all amounts to what many people are calling a bribe. Ted Hope, Amazon's former head of production, so told the Times, this has to be the most expensive documentary ever made that didn't involve music licensing. How can it not be equated with currying favor or an outright bribe? How can that not be the case? we're seeing essentially money flowing from one end of a personal fortune to the other, kneecapping journalism to prop up propaganda. The same money spent paying off the First Lady's vanity project could have been used to fund the crucial reporting that made the Post a cornerstone of American journalism, or at least offset some of Bezos's other poor business decisions for the paper, like its subscriber hemorrhaging, both-sidesism, and its investment in cryptopinion writers who would focus on personal liberties and free markets. So just how many Washington Post salaries could the bribe-sized budget for Melania have paid for? In the latest bloodbath, the Post laid off 300 journalists, including some who were reporting from war zones and who spent the last few weeks pleading with the owner to reconsider the cuts. According to Glassdoor data, which I myself admit is probably not 100% accurate, the median salary at the Washington Post is $86,000. There are people making much more and much less within that organization. Some reporters make less than $60,000, while the ever-important opinion editors, who are not reporters, can make upwards of $200,000, but simply assuming that each of the 300 employees recently laid off was earning $86,000, paying their salaries for a year would cost the impossibly rich Mr. Bezos $25.8 million. Even if he laid off the entire fucking staff of the newspaper, even if he laid off the entire newspaper staff, the bidding price alone for Melania could have sustained them all for another year. And that's not including the $35 million marketing budget. And of course, this also isn't considering that with his $224 billion net worth, Bezos alone could pay 800 Post employees $1 million salary for 280 fucking years. But I digress. Accounting for Melania's not-so-boffo box office of $7 million for its first weekend and $5 million in its second, the film's now only $63 million in the hole. Again, not counting the marketing budget. That's enough to keep more than 700 median-paid journalists on the job. Bezos not only chose his relationship with the president over the readers, but chose to juxtapose his bad business sense as publicly as possible. Democracy may die in darkness, but it's all too obvious that journalism dies at the box office. It's all about see no evil for the red side. The Epstein files have been less about revealing who participated in an elite mass pedophilia ring and more about revealing the social incestuousness of upper Manhattan high society. So Brendan Zoget, here he says, really, not quite sure what he's on about yet, but I'm sure he'll explain. Movie critique? Dude, I had to review it with the Blood Boys, okay? Give me this bitch fest. Give me this bitch fest. He says, lame. Oh, I weep. I weep. Oh, this is disgusting. What is he showing here? He's got the most disgusting gif. Yeah, well, there you go. The monkey dance. That's, okay. That's, I don't know what species of monkey that is. I'm sure it's all some kind of horrible, alteration has been done to it. But here, I'll give him a wink for saying that it's lame. He says, this is you. It's hideous. I have to delete. Oh, yes. Oh, well, all I can say is, it is what it is. And, so, well, you're welcome to come on, Brendan, if you have, shall we say, another way to, add some depth. There he is. He's on. So Brendan, first let everyone know, if you're safe and sound. Status report update. Let's see if he bites. Before we get back to bitching about the EP files and Ludwig. So he's staying mute for the moment. I'll dive back into the narrative at hand.
No, it won't let me unmute.
Oh,
but I'm
nice.
back.
Oh, dude, all the texts that I send on the cell phone to Sammy Romero, he gets none of them. You at least get them after a delay most of the time, but Sammy doesn't get them at all. I don't know how that works because they're on my side.
Well, just earlier, it's like we hung up the phone call and then it said missed call from Douglas. So it doesn't make sense. It's like,
yeah, there you go.
stupid.
They're fucking with us. Tell us what's on your mind, Brendan. I mean, certainly you must have a lot to.
Well, nothing.
Well, feel free.
Bring up anything.
Oh, bring up the fucked up Wait, we're heading towards a solar phenomenon. Is it an eclipse or what? There's something solar.
Yeah, we're in the eclipse corridor. We're in the eclipse corridor as we speak. So
okay.
That's why things are starting to get hectic.
Tell people about the astrological horror of this month.
I mean, it's not horrible. It's just a change in frequency.
There you go.
There was the Neptune-Saturn conjunction, and it finalizes its process, and then it starts a new era, a long-term era, along with all these other long-term changes, such as the 60-year cycle in the Chinese zodiac with the fire horse. As well as these other things that are happening.
Wow. Okay. And with that, what should people be prepared for? What? Just a lot of just a lot of shit hitting the fan, I guess.
Yeah. So February 2026, major astrological events.
Okay. Honey?
Holly? Will Saturn and Uranus separate now? From their conjunction? Wow.
Yeah, Saturn Neptune is going to be on the 20th.
3 years you said that took. All right.
Yeah, it takes years to finish, and this is a big conjunction, and it will, because it's in Pisces sidereally, it will also create a lot more, dreamlike states, and then it's going to sever as Saturn goes into Aries, where it is debilitated. So that's where things get rocky, going into 2027 and 2028.
Yeah, because that conjunction always kind of unnerved me. I was hoping it'd bring some relief if that loosened up. But apparently not. Thank you very much.
Yeah, things that happen in, especially Saturn and these bigger outer planets, that happen in the 12th house. We're talking sidereally here, Pisces. Yeah, 12th house is the house of loss, typically.
Yeah.
So transformations, loss. Yeah.
Oh, Heather's got a question for you in the text box here on the Infinite Call, Brendan.
Best day to get married. Okay. I mean, it depends on your personal chart and what you're looking for. You want to do it while Venus is visible. So right now Venus is visible, so it's a good time.
That's right.
Don't get married when Venus is invisible or when the moon is void of course. So you should consult like a full-on astrologer for those dates. Yeah, it's called elective astrology.
Oh, tell us about Vin's computer, Brendan. Tell us about Vin's computer. How much did that baby cost? That's like $7,000 or something. It's an incredible piece of work.
Well, just what I saw, I just saw like the RGB like out the wazoo with all the fans. Like that looked like a pretty good rig. Like looked like a proper gaming rig.
Yeah.
So I don't know. He would have to give us the stats on it. You can't see from the outside what's in it.
Yeah. Right.
It looked pretty advanced.
Yeah.
And with the way RAM prices are, I think everyone, knows that. I think by now.
Damn. Okay. Well, thank you for that. And Holly, what were you going to say? I mean, more questions about the skies or anything else?
No, I don't think so.
Well, Heather asks,
that big clump around the sun is going its ways.
Okay. Yeah.
And loosening up a little right up in the big old eclipse corridor. So I don't know. I like to see him a little separated.
Yeah. So
not so all close together.
Heather's, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So with Saturn and Uranus, will one be in retrograde when they separate? Saturn. Okay.
Yeah.
So it'll go backwards and
Neptune.
yeah. All right.
Yeah. So Heather follows up.
Interesting.
Heather's answered our question. She says, yeah, I believe this is Vin speaking through her account. He says, $7,000 rig, the best ever. And then Heather says, when does Venus become invisible?
It's
Well,
just coming up
recently-
now.
Yeah, recently
Yeah.
just became visible again, but she
Yeah.
goes in and out of these cycles just periodically.
At what, 6 months-ish? About Mercury's
depends.
3
It
months
depends.
and yeah, right. How far it is going around
It's
the other
variable.
side. Yeah. But about-ish that, at least 4 months.
Okay, great. And all right then.
It's like a sine wave. It has its variations in the frequency.
I hear you.
Got it.
Yeah, and the visibility.
Yeah, and it depends on the time of year and all that. But right now, Venus is visible, so you can consult, the software. You can consult software and see projection.
Yes. So,
Astrological projection.
yes. Well, thank you for that, Brendan. And so, at any rate, yesterday, the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, told the Senate committee, I have nothing to hide. Absolutely nothing. Given his recent history, don't bet on it. During a podcast interview this past fall, Lutnick talked about an unsettling encounter he and his wife had with the late serial sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, who used to be his next-door neighbor in 2005. After Epstein offered them a house tour and showed them his infamous massage table, Lutnick recalled he was creeped out and left.
Just one.
Yeah,
massage table, that's it?
well, I guess one was all it took for them to see. Heather responds, thank you so much for your, she says, thanks. There we are. And thank you, Heather. You're always welcome to join us, and so is Vin. At any rate, to quote a Lutnick, my wife and I decided that I would never be in the same room with that disgusting person ever again, so I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy. Only that wasn't true at all. Documents in the Epstein files released by the Justice Department show repeated, if more cordial than chummy, conversation between the twa men, as well as some shared business dealings. That's okay, you might think. They never hung out socially again, right? He seemed to confirm that, recently telling the New York Times, I spent 0 time with him. Well, about that. Yesterday, testifying before Congress, Lutnick reiterated, I barely had anything to do with that person. Then Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick admitted that he went on vacation with his entire family, no less, to visit Jeffrey Epstein's private island in 2012. How very White Lotus! Suddenly,
what a vacation.
Yes!
What a vacation.
Yes! No,
Nothing.
it just... There's no words. Suddenly, every year in Washington cocked Lutnick's way, like he was starring in an old E.F. Hutton commercial. I did have lunch with him, as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4 children, and nannies. I had another couple. They were there as well, with their children. And
Are we
had...
supposed to identify with this kind of family vacation?
Yeah.
We can afford that.
No shit.
Oh, it's just totally normal.
Yeah.
Going to a private island. Yeah.
Yeah. And we had lunch on the island. That is true.
This is, what's your show called? This is where you bring in the critical image.
Yes.
You just don't just shut up. Why does he have to explain this?
Oh, yeah, it is bizarre. Why did he suddenly cop to this shit? Yeah, for an hour, he says. And we left with all of my children, with my nannies, with my wife. Now, that's such a weird thing to say. Then we left with all of my children. If he didn't say that, we would have assumed he would have left some there.
That's what it sounds like.
Now,
don't worry, I took them with me.
Yeah. Believe it or not, yeah. Now, Lutnick seems understandably eager to show that he was not involved in sexual misconduct, but he has no answer.
I'm sorry. Can I interject?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry. It's like he said. It's not like I fed him to. It's not like I fed my kids to Jeffrey Epstein. He didn't rape them repeatedly. No, he didn't do that. I'm sorry. The fact that he has to mention he took his kids, it makes it even worse to me.
Thank you.
You don't take your kids to Jeffrey Epstein's island. Like if you'd have said, I went alone. I wanted fellatio. Okay, I get it. But you want to take your kids too? Like what? But I digress. Go ahead.
Oh, but did you hear what I said earlier about that poor Irishman, Seamus Coulson, an Irish immigrant who's married to a United States citizen, Tiffany Smith, who's lived in Boston for more than 20 years? And ICE troopers detained him. They shipped him to a Texas hellhole where he's been sitting for the last 5 months with no heat through the winter. A white Irishman, locked up in squalor, facing deportation.
He didn't have a visa or something?
I don't know. I mean, but Sammy, you must have.
And if you're married, you have a right to live here if you're married to a citizen.
Yeah, no shit.
I guess that doesn't matter anymore.
I guess it doesn't.
What was that again?
Seamus Culleton. He's an Irish immigrant. He's married to a United States citizen, Tiffany Smith. They've lived in Boston together for more than 20 years. Till ICE troopers stormed their home. He's been deported. Well, shipped down to a Texas hellhole where he's.
I love it. Yes.
He's been sitting for the past 5 months through the holiday season in a
Glory
Texas.
to God. Yes.
Yeah, in a Texas.
I'm about to cast.
With no heat.
I'm about to cast the Holy Ghost. I'm gonna speak in tongues right now.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
A white Irishman.
This is what I love equality. This is what equality is. Yes.
He's facing deportation. Deportation.
But wait, it's incomplete. They didn't send a bulletin, and why aren't more Irish people being hunted down too? I mean, they are the Mexicans of that peninsula, right?
Yeah.
I guess it's different in Boston. That's like H.P. Lovecraft territory.
Boston's the equivalent. That's like Boston's the LA for the Irish. That's like that's where all the Lucky Charms are at.
Yes.
Boston is literally the equivalent. It's Irish town. They call it Bean Town, but they must also call it Potato Town as well. It's great.
Did they even give a reason? I mean,
none that I know of.
They just felt like it.
Him being in that detention center, it's just. I'm sorry. That's like erotica to my ears. I love it. Yes. God bless America. This is somewhat equality.
What's so ironic is all the ICE troopers who grabbed him are all brown. You can tell around their eyes.
They have accents. They have accents. I heard one the other day.
Even better.
Like,
yes.
Why are you following us? And he had an accent. I was like, what the heck?
Excuse me while I relieve myself. I'm joking. But,
we understand.
It's there it is right there. Their clock is right twice a day, right? I have to savor this moment. But wow,
I guess maybe he was the token or something. It's just like, look, we did one. So.
In his defense, though, believe it or not, there is actually a lot of Mexicans that look Irish. So I had a friend named Wedo. Wedo is another word for a blondie or whitey in Spanish. Wedo.
Interesting.
So I had a friend. His family was from Guadalajara. He literally looked. He looked like a ginger. Okay, so he was very ginger. And then he had freckles, but he spoke Spanish. Like he looked like he literally was picking oranges. Okay, but he was very, very Anglo, very looking, but no, he was Mexican.
European, yeah.
Yeah, so
Brendan, tell Sammy. Oh, well, finish your story, Sammy. Then I want Brendan to tell you something about that blood boy of Diddy's. Diddy's blood boy. Oh shit.
no, I mean I'm done. That's
So
Right.
what?
I don't
But
want to talk about that. That's disgusting. You people,
but this did
not
this
Sammy,
individual
but you
suffer anything?
vampires.
Yeah, but when you're bringing this up, Sammy, about the widow, did he suffer any horrible fate like this guy, or is he still on the loose?
Believe it or not, he actually he joined the military, so he kind
Oh,
of he was smart enough to
Yeah.
play the part. So,
Got it.
but he wasn't that dumb to not realize he'd probably be hated more if they found out. When he opened his mouth, you can tell. It's like
Got it.
imagine Doug opening his mouth and he sounds like William Hung. That's like it's a. Or who's that one guy? Martin Yang.
Martin
so-
Yan Cancun.
Yeah. Yes, that guy.
Poor
but,
son of a bitch. Yeah.
But
Wait, who's
Yeah,
that?
that's
The-
great.
Is that guy the
That's-
chef? Or who's that?
Yeah, the chef, the
Yeah, yeah.
so-called chef. Yes, it's
yes.
but Brendan, no, come on, Brendan, do that for me at least. Tell Sammy about Diddy's blood boy. That this guy's
No, you can just share the video. It was awful.
isn't he Mexican?
No, he's mixed. He's mixed of something.
Okay,
Like, He could be Spaniard,
well,
but he's
tell
definitely half black.
Tell us the story, like, and why it's so
Well,
compelling.
it was just a clip. It was just a clip of this kid getting interviewed, and he said I was, you'll have to fill in the blank for me, Doug. That thing.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
Diddy.
Diddy's blood boy, and that Diddy kept
Yeah.
draining him, that bleeding him.
Yeah,
and-
they would take him out to some, like, on a yacht into
Yeah.
what he called international waters.
That's right.
And they gave him some excuse. They said, we can do whatever we want here. And then they would make him do it.
Oh.
And he would get paid. He would go home with like tens
Oh, wow.
of thousands of dollars.
But
And
And
then,
he said from
That's-
2000 to 2016, or what is it, 2004 to 2012, he didn't age. He's like, you could look, he didn't age as quick. And now that he doesn't have access to it, he's old and shit.
that's true. So tell him, Brendan, how
Oh.
he was looking the same for years, and now that he's in jail and doesn't have access, he's in the same prison, Brendan, as you said. What's his name? Oh, El Chapo. He's kept in the same facility as El Chapo, and who else was in there?
Maduro.
Maduro?
All these people. They're all in the same facility.
Okay.
Epstein. They were all in the same Manhattan
Ted
facility.
Kaczynski too. Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, and so the Unabomber, and so but basically now that he doesn't have access to this parabiosis from young lads, he's aging horrifically, very rapidly. So Sammy, your impression of this? I mean, by all means. Let's see if he's still with us. Yeah, of course he's got daddy duties. It's
just the way he described it, it just made me think how sick you people are. Can't believe you do that. It was bad.
No, the international waters part is probably the most terrifying. That they took him to international waters, and
Well,
they-
he was saying something along the lines of, at that time the laws were much more strict or something like this.
yeah, yes,
So
that's quite
they
true.
had to do it that way. But now I guess it's like they'll just say, oh, it's under doctor supervision, so they'll just do it.
Yeah, that's
Does that
true.
make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. No,
Hey,
that,
it's closed. Closed.
Oh.
Yeah. So under doctor supervision.
and
Well, I have to like sweep these people out of here.
understood. Well, it came to that point where it's much easier to do now in America on the mainland because of the influence of all the Silicon Valley moguls who are engaging in
Oh,
parabiosis.
Yeah, and not to mention that TED Talk. I don't know.
Yeah.
I remember way back in the day,
Yeah.
you could hear like the original TED Talk.
Yes. Go on.
You know,
Yeah.
where it was like they brought out the vampire guy.
Yeah.
Literally, he was like this Nordic dude with an accent.
Yeah.
And he said, "The new revolution, parabiosis," and he looked like Dracula. He was all pale. It's like they did it almost as like, it was almost like a joke or something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Almost like almost like satire. Yeah.
It was almost satire, but he was the one that introduced the concept.
Interesting. Oh, publicly at
And-
least. You mean publicly,
Yeah.
kind of like, yeah. Go on.
Yeah, in a TED Talk format, where he
Yeah.
said we gave these rats, and he was saying we did it on rats or something.
Right.
We
of
gave
course.
these rats from a younger rat, and it survived longer with its, despite its disease and all this stuff. So
Yeah.
you can still find it, but it's like the most suppressed TED Talk.
Interesting.
So
So
there you go.
that's
How when you told us about it, I'd already known about it because of that.
yes.
So there you go.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's so important. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Anyhow, yeah. And so that was entertaining and always yeah, I can understand Sammy's cynicism there. Anyhow, Lutnick himself seems understandably eager to try and prove that he wasn't involved in any sexual misconduct, but he has no answer for his misleading statements about his dealings with Epstein. And his previous lies make it impossible to believe him now.
Wait, who is this guy?
Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary. The Commerce Secretary who, took his family to Epstein Island. Oh, yeah.
I can't keep track of these weirdos.
Yeah. Well, in his case, so
there's
much
like randos or something.
Yeah, no. It's the fucking Commerce Secretary. So it's a United States Secretary of Commerce.
He's some cabinet guy.
Yeah. And a Trump donor. They get appointed simply because they donate to Trump. So, at any rate, so much
incredibly lame.
Yeah, it is. So much for having nothing to hide. Now, the Trump maladministration has always been tied to the Epstein scandal.
Do you think this stuff got leaked in some kind of
psyop?
Like, was it deliberate? Yeah, it's like some kind of deliberate psyop because it just doesn't add up.
Share people your own, observations about that. Why that could be.
Well, I mean, we can't get into, the whole body of Gilgamesh and shit. Instead, we're stuck talking about movie reviews instead of cool stuff that I gave you to review.
Dude, that shit is like, you and I'll talk about that privately. There's
a
few elements of reality to it. Then the rest is, it's just awful. I mean, God, you saw the commentary. Go put it on Alex Jones for the InfoWarriors and shit. Yeah, come on. Really? I mean,
yeah, of course.
Sad. Yeah. At any rate, Howard Lutnick is one thing, but the Trump maladministration in toto has always been tied to the Epstein scandal. The president himself was once a close friend of Epstein's, but these new details drag his allies still further into the spotlight. Even before his testimony, Lutnick was facing calls to resign from Democrats, as well as from renegade Republican Representative Thomas Massie of Kentucky. The secretary, whose penchant for putting his foot in his mouth was already well established, seems to have held on to his job this long only because he is personally friendly with Donald Trump and because the president refuses to give his political adversaries satisfaction by firing anyone. Notably, this stands in stark contrast to many other organizations and institutions that have been eager to create distance from Epstein by separating themselves from individuals who were connected to him. But Lutnick isn't the only top Trump aide to come up in the new tranche of documents. Navy Secretary John Phelan, another multi-billionaire Trump donor who was appointed despite lacking any military or naval experience, was listed as a passenger on flights between London and New York on Epstein's private plane in 2006. One reason the Epstein files have created such a stir is that they have revealed the elaborate social and financial ties among so many people in positions of power.
I do have some commentary on this.
Please.
This kind of just, obviously he was in it for the power game and all this other weird shit, but Q was just in it for the love of the game. It sounds like in the most sick way, most disgusting way.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, that's my view on it. It's like, how did he not get into this power play stuff where he was taking photos of people? It just, the only thing that makes sense is he was into it.
Yeah, he didn't need to. He didn't need to.
Yeah.
It was like, that was like amateur hour to him. Honestly,
Right. Well, then how did it get so blown out of proportion? You know, this whole fiasco.
Yeah. Well,
I think it's. I'm not saying it's irrelevant. I'm just saying it's like totally off the wall. Like, this is all people have been talking about since whatever 2019, and 6, 7, 8 years.
Yeah. It took that long. Took that long to finally get to this point, which is like only the tip of the iceberg still. It's
well, I would argue that all this stuff was already. It's like none of it is a revelation. It's like it's a confirmation, I guess, for some people, but for someone like me, it's just like, okay, this is like been happening for thousands of years now. All of a sudden, this one dude is important.
Well, let's put it this way. It's even for someone like myself, it's still somewhat of a validation because it forces people to confront the reality of what I've been saying forever. And whereas before, you know, people with time and distance, Aquino loses his meaning to these people. So at the, you know, Jeff Epp, as you call him, Jeff Epp kind of brings it back and forces them to confront. You know, this will enable us to point out that the so-called satanic panic was no fucking panic. So at least there's that to be taken from this. Does that make sense? Hopefully I'm coherent in that regard. It's not that...
What kind of makes me queasy...
Yes, honey?
What kind of makes me queasy, mythologically speaking, you know, is that, God, I mean, at the center of this is beautiful young girls.
Yes.
And that's a hell of a position to be put in this climate and this day and age.
Yes. Yes, it's horrible to be cursed.
It's tragic.
Yes, horrible to be cursed with being a beautiful young girl. Yes. Yeah, go on.
I mean...
Yeah. Honey?
Young by the Anita Hill hearings. Profoundly traumatized.
Yeah.
And imagine young girls today. God. It's just all inverted and convoluted and chaotic.
Yeah. Well, worse yet, it's a negative. Being born a beautiful young girl in this society is a negative. It's
more and more. It's almost like be punished. Yeah. You might get away with it for a while, but you will be punished in the end.
Yeah, and it's just horrible.
One way or another.
Yeah, horrific.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, your quality of sound's pretty bad. Are you back in that stone sarcophagi or wherever?
I have to be because it's wet and rainy right now.
Got it.
Because it's wet and rainy.
Got it.
So I'm going to mute and keep listening.
Okay, well, we love you. And interject whenever you want. We do get what you're saying.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, bye for now. And Brendan, you
What, am I off mute? I shouldn't be.
No, that's okay. No, you're doing okay.
No, I don't need to comment anymore. I'm retreating.
What? Oh, come on now. I mean,
I don't need to be on.
Oh, jeez. Just you. It's like, let's put it this way.
I mean, come on, you caused enough issues. Let's
wait, I'm looking for something to send you. I'm looking for something to send you here. Here we are. And sending you something now in your private messages. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the latest from our mutual friend there. What do you think?
I don't even want to look at it, to be honest. Let's see. Okay, that's good. Yeah, they're still good.
Yeah. Still healthy, I guess. Yeah, looking healthy. Yeah.
If you call that healthy, I mean, yeah. I mean, you know, we'll see. We'll see how things pan out. That's nice.
Yes. Hopefully we can follow up with that. Now, it's not that most or even many of the big names who appear...
We have to confirm that the steps were taken to protect their sanity, you know?
Yeah, no kidding.
Because that's the last we heard. Like, oh, I need help, and then nothing. Yeah.
That's right.
But anyways.
That's right, yeah. But
these could be just backlogs, you know?
Well, it's supposed to be recent, but like you said, it could be a backlog. How do we know? you know.
I certainly haven't gotten a response.
Yeah,
Not that I was trying, but
Oh, we'll have to count on our whisperer Aristides to follow up, see what he can find. At any rate, it's not that even most or even many of the big names who appear in the EP files were pedophiles or sexual predators, but rather that their dealings with him demonstrate that there's a wealthy, powerful, globe-trotting club, and the rest of us ain't in it. Lutnick inadvertently reinforced this image with his mentions of his nannies, plural. These glaring markers of privilege are what Senator John Ossoff, a Georgia Democrat, was talking about this past weekend when he called the Trump maladministration a government of, by, and for the ultra-rich. It is the wealthiest cabinet ever. This is the Epstein class ruling our country. The defense that people connected to Epstein, which is all of them, from the multi-billionaire financier Lutnick to the leftist intellectual, I should say pseudo-intellectual Noam Chomsky and his wife, have offered is that they didn't grasp Epstein's abuses when they socialized with him and were appalled once they did. One problem is that this is always proven to be demonstrably false. Lutnick visited the island 4 years after Epstein's conviction for mass sex crimes, and emails show Chomsky offering Epstein public relations advice after accusations became public. Another problem is that many of them most certainly knew, if not all. You don't have to take my word for it. Take Trump's. In 2002, Trump told New York that Epstein is a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. In 2019, he declared his surprise at the Epstein allegations. No, I had no idea. I had no idea. But the Palm Beach police chief at the time recalled that Trump commended him in July of 2006 when charges first became public. As reported by Julie K. Brown of the Miami Herald, Trump said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." The Epstein revelations are starting to sink in for members of Congress. The senatress Cynthia Lummis, a Wyoming Republican, told News Nation, "Well, initially my reaction to all this was, I don't care. I don't know what the big deal is. But now I see what the big deal is, and it was worth investigating." The only reason Lummis is willing to say so being that she is retiring, which insulates her from Trump's wrath. These revelations about Trump's close allies could affect the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party's electoral chances if enough voters become aware of them, but at the same time that members of the Trump maladministration are popping up all over the newly released files, coverage in conservative media outlets has dropped significantly, if not completely. The result being that Democratic voters who already dislike and distrust the president are hearing a great deal about Epstein, but Republican ones who may be swayed are not hearing anything. When MAGA pundits such as Don Bongino talk about a media cover-up of the Epstein scandal, they were on to something. They were just wrong about the mainstream mass media outlets in question. But this brings us to what the crypto crash reveals about Trump's power. This being the coldest crypto winter yet, crypto got everything it wanted. Now it's sinking. An asset class that is all about vibes suddenly has awful vibes. Humane temperatures have returned climatologically for now to America's East Coast, but the crypto winter is only getting chillier. The asset class is less edgy than it once was, but not fully embraced by the system either. The vibes, in other words, are off. I mean, in all counts. Bitcoin is down despite the president's fervent support, but Trump was never any guarantee of stability. According to Forbes' best estimates, cryptocurrency's plunge has hit the industry's multi-billionaires, whose net worths have shed more than $60 billion since October. At least 10 have lost $1 billion or more, with crypto's richest grifter, the Binance founder and former CEO, personally pardoned out of prison by Donald Trump himself, Changpeng CZ Zhao, seeing the biggest drop in his finances. Future historians will call this the deep slide. During the summer of his 2024 presidential campaign, Donald Trump made a vow to the cryptocurrency industry. Elect him, and the United States would become the crypto capital of the planet. That winter, after the crypto industry donations helped secure Trump's place in the White House, digital assets began appreciating rapidly, and the president-elect was glad to take the credit. When Bitcoin crossed the $100,000 mark, Trump simply posted, "You're welcome!" all uppercase with 3 exclamation marks. For a sense of just how much money has evaporated from the crypto industry since then, look to Bitcoin. On October 6th, the price of a single Bitcoin climbed to an all-time high north of $126,000. Today, its value is closer to $69,000. The global market capitalization of altcoins has shed more than $2 trillion in that time, and fewer traders are dabbling in meme coins and derivatives, or MADs, MATs. Following a relatively fruitful 2025, crypto venture capital deals have fallen off a cliff over the past few months. Commentators have now started to wonder whether the president, who has spent the past 12 years positioning himself as the industry's protector and hype man, might initiate a crypto bailout. But wasn't Trump's election already that bailout? His explicit promise on the campaign trail was that America would lead the way, but his implicit promise was that prices would go up. Since taking office, Trump has established himself as the face of crypto through his flagrant promotional tactics. Remember those limited edition Bitcoin orange sneakers? His sweeping deregulation efforts, and of course, his family's investments in digital assets. According to all the recent best estimates, the Trumps have now made hundreds of millions of dollars from cryptocurrencies. Despite these links, crypto's fate isn't solely tied to the Trumps. There's no single cause for the current downturn, but it demonstrates that a president's intervention, even intervention as consistent as Trump's, can only do so much to keep cryptocurrencies afloat. Throughout its 17 years, Bitcoin has been defined by cycles, booms and busts that are sometimes explicable and sometimes not. The volatility is part of why the president himself once thought of Bitcoin as a scam. It is driven both by an inbuilt technical feature called halving, which I will stop myself from explaining, but it is worth digging into if you're so inclined. Just don't invest. And by the natural waxing and waning of global attention. Holly's saying, Holly, if you want to come on and say goodbye to everyone, please do so. She's saying gotta go, but listening. But if you want to come on, honey, say, Heather's come on. So, dear Heather, say hi. Heather.
Hi, Douglas.
Yes, thank you.
Oh,
Hi, Heather.
yeah.
How are you doing?
Holly.
Which one?
You.
Okay, enough. How about you, Heather?
I'm doing great.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I'm doing great. Tonight we went to a Corvette Club 30-year party. It was their 30-year racing club, the Corvette Racing Club. Ace, what is it?
Wow.
ACR.
Oh.
That's incredible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was incredible.
Yeah. Hey, Holly sees a lot of that shit. Holly, tell Heather about all the car shows that used to come to these areas you were in.
Yeah, because I don't know, rich people. And
Yeah,
so
well,
they
these guys are like
do that.
30 years ago, but they're not racing anymore, obviously. But there's still a
Right,
club.
tearing up the desert.
Yeah. So anyway, your question was like, I think Brendan was asking or something about why is this happening right now?
Yeah. By the way, Holly, give Holly a chance to say good night to everyone, unless she wants to hang out for this. Yeah. Holly?
Another minute. I got to hear the question.
Yeah, okay. So, Heather, continue.
Yeah.
Yeah, the question, like, why is all this happening right now?
Mm-hmm.
Because it was all planned.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's been all planned.
Well, you got to give us a little more than that.
That's one theory.
Okay, then here, I'll just say it's all part of God's plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Krishna's plan, Allah's plan, all of any God, they're all one God. It's all the same God. God is one, you know.
Okay. So you're in a pretty good mood tonight. I mean, you've got a lot of faith, and so
No.
No.
I'm in shock, really, and I have faith that everything's going to work out for the best.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Holly, any
Vinny
response?
says love to all. Vinny says love to all.
Oh, good. We love you
He's
too.
going
Vinny.
to play on his computer.
Yeah. If I had a computer set up like that, I'd be playing on it too. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I want him to sell these things. He has fun making them though, and that's the good part is that he made it himself.
Yeah. Yeah. He's quite the dude. He's very accomplished.
Yeah. I can show you.
Yeah.
I can show you. Hold on. Let me put the video on.
Sure. Sounds good. And by the way, how's Vinny doing in this crypto crash? Okay, look at that. That's like
Are you looking at the ground or the ceiling?
I'm looking at this spaceship that you're showing us.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Spaceship.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
There.
Okay.
Yeah, he's turning it on. Oh, let me see.
Okay. Yeah, we're seeing Vin. We see Vin.
Yeah.
Okay, gosh, it's amazing. He's blending in with this kind of background screen that you have. That's nice. And Vin is
Can you see it?
No, we're seeing the background screen. We're seeing little bits and pieces of pretty lights.
Oh, it's because the light's on. It's not showing it really.
That's right. I'm not quite sure why the background screen is over. The background screen is overwhelming what he's trying to show us. But we would like to see what he's trying to show us. It looked pretty
Okay.
pretty
You can't
sweet.
see it?
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's water cooled, so there's water in it.
Wow. Well, we're not seeing any of that. We're seeing a spaceship background.
No, yeah, I see it too. That's our house. That's our room.
That's crazy looking.
Blue and red?
No, they're seeing through my phone. My phone's been doing weird stuff.
Yeah, if the phone's not letting
Wow.
us see through. But we see you now. Yeah, adorable.
Oh,
That's
really?
an energetic raise, man.
Yeah, it was just yeah, it was your face, but it's like your face is projected onto a blue screen where that's the background. The spaceship.
My phone, something's wrong with my phone because weird things have been happening, and yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. It's happening to all of us. All of our phones are, anybody involved with Team Dietrich, they're sabotaging our phone communications. But
what I heard is that they were just told to relax and to stop harassing us.
Where did you hear this?
Who was?
Whoever, whoever wants to give us a hard time that you were talking about.
The deep state or whatever. Yeah, yeah.
Whoever
the comments
they are.
thing?
Yeah.
Whoever they
No. Heather means something beyond that. She means
Okay.
She means like NSA, like NSA.
No, I mean like all the
Okay.
people that control and they're running the world. It's like weird things are happening and all this. Now they're having alien disclosure, and no one's going to know what to think and what's really going on. There's something happened at Area 51. It's like the whole world is on fire.
Mm-hmm. Well, that went nowhere, didn't it? Remember Disclosure was some Steven Spielberg film? That went nowhere, did it? I haven't heard anything about that. I guess it got released and bombed or something.
Well, didn't he also
I'm just
write
old enough to remember when nobody believed in UFOs and you couldn't say anything if you saw one.
Or
I
fairies.
remember that world.
Yeah.
I'm just old enough. And so my teenage years was the, oh God, maybe there are. And
Yeah.
ever since then, it's been a total fiasco.
Yeah. Yeah.
Complete fiasco. And I had my reservations before I ever heard you, Douglas. So
Understood.
you were a life raft in a sinking sea of crusty, weird,
Thank you.
fucked up shit.
Thank you.
Yeah, fully.
Now what
Fully.
happened? What? So Vin, tell us, Vin. I mean, certainly we appreciate what Holly's just said. I profoundly appreciate that. But Vin, what happened to you with crypto? I mean, obviously you're kind
Yeah.
of
I
like
want to know what happened
I'm
with the
dying to
crypto.
know.
yeah. I mean, this is a man who's really played the crypto game. Yeah, Vin.
Right.
Pretty much in the dumpster. Solana's doing okay. I got out of some of it. Ate a lot. So
Okay.
easy come, easy go.
Yeah.
I've been slowly getting out of it just because I was doing some other stuff, but it still didn't do well. In the long run over the years, I made some. I'm still holding some Solana and some Bitcoin, and just gonna, ride it out at this point because that's what they say. You only lose when you sell, and my cost basis is pretty good. But right now I'm definitely not where I was a couple months ago.
Wow. Oh man.
But it's been down lower than this too. I mean, I bought some in the 20s and 30s.
That's
Well-
the 1920s and the 1930s.
Well, not that's not what he means, but that's cute. Yeah.
So
you take the
when
good
you
with the
want
bad.
to,
I mean, it bounces. It's volatile.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
definitely you're handling it well. But
Well, I mean, it's not something I spend. I mean, I did take some out for some of my Vegas stuff that's worked out well. I mean, I spend it when I need it, but right now I don't need it. Thank God.
yeah.
So it would be a lot different if I was counting on it. I mean, right now it's one of those things you almost have to take the long term, and it really is sort of, for me, is easy come, easy go, because I've been able to buy a lot of stuff that I needed with it when I needed it. And, and right now, I mean, I got rid of my mining stuff a while ago. So, that was sort of a blessing that I got out of the mining stuff when I moved to Sun City and everything.
Mm-hmm. Wow. I mean, it's definitely, you have the right attitude about it. You,
I gotta ask a question.
Yeah.
When you want to sell, are there ready buyers?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just
Like lined up.
Yeah,
Lined up.
I mean, it depends on what you want to sell it for. I mean, it's still a liquid. It's still liquid. I mean, you
Yes.
put in a market order, it's gone in 30 seconds.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
And it's just like silver. I mean, you look what silver did, and silver jumped a lot, but that's because there was a lot of open interest in the futures, and there was too much open interest. So silver's going to bounce back up because it's industrial. So I mean, I moved a little into there. Bitcoin, we'll see what happens. I mean, it was always a really speculative play. So and I did so well, and it's done it before. I mean, it's done it before, and it always comes back. I'm not saying it's always going to come back. If I get a bounce, I'll probably move a little more into metals if they stay low. I mean, I'm definitely out of all the AI plays now. So I've got some money on the sideline there, and I've got some money in metals now when it went down. So we'll see. Got to keep moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to keep moving so they don't get you.
And I'm short Tesla 180, 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you get that?
And I'm short Tesla. That's what I'm saying. So, Tesla's going to zero.
You ran screaming.
Yeah. Thank God. Well, you did the right thing there. And
so we'll see. I mean, it's all a play. And I mean, luckily, because of, I need the government to stay in business, because that's the thing that's really saving me. I mean, if the government goes out of business, then I'm fucked, because there goes my retirement.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the quandary. Yeah.
Well, it's the same for all of us.
We elect politicians that hate government.
Yeah,
Bang.
It's a two-edged sword being a military veteran.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, what to say with them, So that's my problem. That's the big thing because, all of a sudden the government pension and that ends, then I don't know what to say.
Yeah, well, definitely you and I are in the same boat. We all,
Everyone,
yeah,
if that
everyone
Social
is.
Security doesn't come through, then there's a lot bigger things to worry about than a little crypto. Then it's about food and how much ammo you have.
Yes, yes.
And if you really want to live in the world where you're fighting, where you're using your ammo to save food, I think I'll just take out as many people as I can.
Yeah, really. I always figured I'd be in the first great wave of deaths.
Let's just hope.
Well, my thing is, if someone breaks down my doors or something, I'm gonna, kill as many as I can to save the last bullet for myself because I don't want to live in that world.
Of course
No,
not.
Spoken like a true Marine.
Yeah. Yes. By the way, beautiful image here of the computer, and so I'm trying to heart it.
You want to fight for water? Who wants to fight for water and food? We're too old for that shit.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I think it gets old quick, no matter what age you are.
I'd rather take out some bastards and then save one for me.
Yes. No,
Thanks a lot.
This incredible image of this machine that you've built. This is awesome. It looks almost like a pinball machine. So, like Heather says, do you sell these things?
I have like 5 of them right now. I'm just sell a couple. That one's like pretty cool though because it can use. I mean, you've got to think of the AI centers because it's got a 5090, which is the big GPU, and that thing can draw 1,200 watts, just one of them, and they have whole centers with thousands of those things sitting there.
God damn. Yeah.
It draws literally 1,000 watts, and it never, because I've got it all water cooled, it never gets above 50 degrees Celsius. It's crazy.
Wow.
Incredible. It can draw more watts than my microwave.
Well, where did you get the technical know-how to do this?
I just did it when I was mining. I started building computers, and it's they're pretty easy to do. Really, on that one, I just bought the best parts and put it together.
Yeah, well, I'm impressed. It's definitely it's a work of art. It's literally a work of art.
It's like, my 20th or 30th I've done, but the reason I bought it, honestly, is because the parts that are going up because of the AI boom. Yeah. Like, NVIDIA used to come out with new GPUs, and that's the top GPU right now. They aren't coming out with a new line till 28 now because of all the AI. They can't even supply them. So that the prices are going up on all the parts. I mean, so I sold 2 of my 4090s, which were the last generation, the best, and got the best GPU while I could still get one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so
incredible.
And now it's got a lifespan of a couple of years before something better comes out, which it used to not be like that. Mm-hmm. So it's sort of cool that I'll probably have one of the best computers for a couple of years.
That's right.
And I don't really need it for gaming, but
we use it for gaming sometimes.
But yeah, gaming. But it's it's overkill for anything I do with it. But it's
you're still doing a little gentleman mining.
But there's nothing.
He has this little race car he built that's set up with one of the computers, and it's like you sit in it and race it like it's a car.
I have a racing
dude.
I have a racing sim next to it with a racing seat and wheel and everything.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
And then and I've heard the porn's bit on it, but I haven't got really into that yet.
Oh shit.
Heather's got a Meta that she's playing with a lot, so
Yeah, he got the Meta, and he couldn't you go to do the porn on it, so then he just gave it to me for Christmas.
Right.
Incredible.
So have you been wearing the thing?
No, I've been doing all the legal things. I haven't been doing anything like porn. No.
No, but you wear it and do stuff.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. Do you like it?
It's okay. I mean, I haven't really figured out how to make the best use of it. It does have Teams in it, but I can't get the Teams to connect with my.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy though. You can do weird stuff like if you travel, like you can get Obama to give you a tour of the White House.
I don't even want to go to Venice anymore because I already took a gondola ride.
Yeah. Yeah. They told us this day would come.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. The day has come.
I remember being in 7th or 8th grade, and I went to this Christian school, And
I'll see you, Douglas, and everyone. Take care.
this was my
Yes, we
Good
love you,
night.
Shirley. Take
this
care.
was my connection to Nighthawk. Okay, from the station. They're from Kentucky. His
Right.
parents or his grandparents, I think it's his parents, used to travel state to state, helping religious schools or like individual small Christian schools, like digging ditches or doing fences or just like charity work and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right.
And so there were these people that would come like every year or so, the rovers. We called them rovers because they all had RVs. And this guy was like outside of the window. This is kind of a complicated story. This guy was out of the window when I was in a classroom, and he was listening. He was digging in dirt or whatever. And so the reason that we were in the classroom is because we had to stay after school that day. They picked 5 people. They picked 5 people that would stay after school, and it was me and this other girl and then 3 guys or something like that. And they asked us the question. They're like, and they gave us paper to write with and everything. They're like, okay, if it was the end of if you had a computer, like a machine that you were able to connect with anybody in the world and do anything that you want. This is like in 1986 or 1984 or something like that. They're like, how would you use that? How would you utilize that as a resource? And my answer was, and my answer was, I would make a radio station, radio, but that kind of sounded like really novice, a radio station, because that's something that's totally separate than a computer,
Okay. Radio on the internet. That was one of the great things on that Silicon Valley show.
Really?
Yeah, and that's what you are, Douglas. Radio on the internet. Anyway, not to that was classic. There was deep shit in that show. But anyway, back to Heather.
So that was Nighthawk's parents, and then they came and they thought, when the internet came out, they're like, let's make a radio station.
Yeah. Comfortable. We can deal with that.
Even the stickers that they sold, the flower sticker, and then they had one with a bullseye, like Target, Revolution Radio, with the flower hippie sticker. Those were like all of the doodles. Like this guy that was in there, he made the one of, Revolution Radio. He's like, that was his sticker. And my sticker was the one with the flower and the peace sign, because like we were just doodling Revolution Radio. And that's what we named it in 7th grade. I'm 3 years old. Yeah.
That's amazing. And that was prescient. And that was long before Mike Ringley's Revolution Radio.
He was 17 years
that's
old.
crazy.
He was only 17 years old, and he came with them one time for a punishment or something. He was a bad kid or something. And
Mike Ringley?
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
That was it. I just remember him like being really belligerent and not really wanting to work.
That makes sense. That sounds just like him. Yeah, I'll buy that.
But the Rovers were nice people. They're kind of strange, the way they eavesdrop and things like that.
Yeah. And well, I thank you for that, honey. That's very insightful. You're such an incredible person, and we're so glad.
Weird. I mean, a lot of things are really weird, and in this Epstein, I just hope I'm not in the Epstein files at this point.
Well, honey, you were asking Brendan.
On that note, I got to say goodnight.
Okay.
But I'll be listening. Love you guys. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Douglas. And Heather.
I mean, Holly. Yes, love you, Holly.
Thank
and
you
Heather,
both.
too. Love you both.
Absolutely.
Well, aren't you
All
going
right,
to stick around and wait to ask Heather if she's actually considering getting married to Vin again? I mean, she's asking when there's a good time to get married. Is this because...
thought crossed my mind.
Yeah.
I say you got a good 4 months if you're worried about Venus.
Yeah, as long as that's all I'm really caring about at this point, because I can't pick a day. We're going to the Shenyun ballet thing.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Is that in Phoenix?
Yep. Or it'll probably be or something.
Yeah.
Delightful. Oh, my goodness.
God.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's all depending on.
Right.
I know that a lot of the horoscopes say that this is like there are certain dates in the Vedic astrology. There are certain that are auspicious and certain dates that are not auspicious. And one of them is coming up, the auspicious dates. So I'm going to try to corner it into that weekend or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
All my best to you guys. All my best.
All right, honey. And blessed night, dearest Holly.
And we all need each other. There's no time to be alone in the world, I'll tell you.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, at times like this, best to...
So cleave to your loved ones. Cleave.
Oh, by all means. By all means.
And we'll get through it, come what may.
Yeah. Okay.
On that happy note, I'll say good night.
Yes.
Bye.
Yes. Good night, dear. And so Heather's typing, and she said divine union, and that's beautiful. Just a beautiful person, a couple of beautiful people, and hopefully they engage in that union, or if not, they're as good as engaged in that union anyway. It's basically you're kind of living the life, even if you don't have the certificate. And
I already actually got the license, but we didn't do anything, so now we have to get another license.
Oh, cool. Okay, that's cute. So, thank you, honey, and feel free to interject whenever you wish. As I said, there's despite all these links that I've articulated, crypto's fate isn't solely tied to the Trump crime dynasty. There's no single cause for the current downturn, but it demonstrates that a president's intervention, even intervention as consistent as Donald Trump's, can only do so much to keep cryptocurrencies afloat. Throughout its 17 years, Bitcoin has been defined by cycles, booms and busts that are sometimes explicable and sometimes not, and that's why Trump originally thought of Bitcoin as a scam. And as I said, the volatility, it's driven both by an inbuilt technical feature called halving, which, as I said, it's not worth explaining right now. It would take us into a technical tangent that we would only do well if Vin were participating. But again, it's part of the natural waxing and waning of the global attention aside from that halving component. The year 2021 gave us a historic bubble, which has been referenced already by Vin while he was on, fueled in part by venture capital funding and the NFTs, the non-fungible tokens. The bubble popped in 2022 thanks to the unraveling of twa crypto kings, Do Kwon and Sam Bankman-Fried, and the ensuing regulatory crackdown. After that came a deep freeze of investment activity, a so-called crypto winter, and a slow but steady recovery. Trump's 2024 crypto capital. I couldn't get that out. Crypto capital is the best word for it, but crypto capital remark by Donald Trump arrived as the sector was starting to wake from its hibernation. Morale was, if not quite as low as it is right now, nowhere near what it had been a few years prior. The crypto-optimism of Trump's election obviously helped boost prices, but it was never a guaranteed buffer against all future instability. The president's public support of the industry is inextricable from his family's personal investments. The Trump's empire encompasses the crypto firms World Liberty Financial and American Bitcoin, as well as the crypto-adjacent Trump Media and Technology Group, which at one point held about $2 billion worth of Bitcoin. There are also the meme coins, as Vin pronounced them, Strump and Smelania, or Dollar Trump and Dollar Melania, the first of which made the president a crypto billionaire just before his inauguration and has since lost about 95% of its value. The maladministration has also made life easier for crypto more broadly, championing industry-backed regulations such as the grossly misnomered Genius Act, a new framework for stablecoins that was signed into law this past summer. It has also separately dropped Joe Biden-era investigations into major firms. The White House, now packed with crypto devotees as it is, including the venture capitalist David Sachs, who now serves as a special advisor for AI in crypto, wouldn't you guess, and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, You know, the man who brought his entire family, including children, and more than one nanny, who has, to Epstein Island, to picnic, who has been dubbed, he himself has dubbed Trump the crypto president. Together, this team has worked to establish a crypto-forward White House, most notably by creating a strategic Bitcoin reserve. All these machinations they've obviously accelerated the real gains that crypto was making throughout the majority of 2025. But those gains were entirely attributable to Trump, singularly. Over the past few years, cryptocurrencies have cropped up in BlackRock's exchange-traded funds and in mainstream brokerage apps. A side effect of crypto's integration with existing financial institutions is that Bitcoin has started to trade like an ordinary tech stock. Bitcoin's rise last year coincided with the broader momentum of the cryptoin industry. The fact that it's now crashing doesn't necessarily suggest a complete decoupling. Parts of tech, particularly software stocks, are getting crushed right now. But the downtrend is a reminder that crypto is governed by more than just Silicon Valley earning calls. Plus, the industry is still more international than Trump might like it to be. Prices are determined by traders all over the world. A crypto-friendly White House was never going to be a panacea, but the scale of the recent crash is remarkable. The global crypto market capitalization, that is, the approximate value of all of its tokens, has entirely erased the gains it made since Trump's inauguration, despite this supposed regulatory golden age. If Democrats ever return to power in 2028, they aren't likely to share this maladministration's permissive attitude, and those commentators musing about whether Trump would bail out crypto are likely to be disappointed. When asked in a congressional hearing last week whether the maladministration would direct private banks to purchase more Bitcoin, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent insisted that the government has no authority to do so. Bitcoin was once envisioned as an alternative to a corrupt system, something entirely independent from governments and big banks. In 2026, the most powerful politicians and financiers in the world have gone all in. An asset that was once anti-system has now effectively become the system. There's no question that this has benefited crypto in some ways. For one, institutional adoption has made it more resilient. Crypto is not beyond recovery, and it may possibly bounce back. But because no one actor has unilateral control over the sector's future, the prices of these coins remain as fickle as ever. Trump has long embraced the notion that he has the power to solve even the most intractable problems. He famously told voters in 2016 that the system is broken and that I alone can fix it. But the volatility as a thing is inherent to crypto. Not even the crypto president can fix that. Meanwhile, Netanyahu met with Trump for the 7th time in a year. This time as Indonesia says it is preparing to deploy up to 8,000 troops, soldiers, to the Gaza. Yes, you heard me right. I'm not tripping. From fucking Indonesia. And yes, they're all Muslim. That, while the last remaining nuclear arms control treaty between the United States and Russia, known as New START, expired last week. The treaty lapse has awakened concerns about nuclear proliferation in the 21st century and seemed to confirm a feeling that the world has entered an era of increasing insecurity. As New START ends, the United States has been engaged in a military buildup in the Middle East aimed at Iran, deploying sophisticated anti-missile batteries. Under the Trump maladministration, missile defense systems seem not so much a tool to lower tensions, but a shorter fuse to war. And this is what brings us to what I really wanted to open tonight with. The fact that Vance's deleted social media post about Armenian genocide matters. Obviously, I'm personally involved in the subject because of my son being Armenian, with a touch of Asian blood, but most certainly it's also, shall we say, a Jewish thing. This is where we get into the real conflict of the Jewish culture monopolizing the Holocaust. And believe me, there are a lot more Holocausts than just Jewish. The words Armenian genocide matter after the Vance social media reference was deleted. Our work week kicked off with the United States Vice President J.D. Vance leaving Armenia on Monday, concluding the first ever American president, or rather vice president's, visit to my son's homeland and heartland. The United States Vice President J.D. Vance's team thereafter posted and then deleted a message on social media about the Republicans' visit to a memorial paying tribute to early Huitième Siècle, or 20th century Armenians massacred, well, mass murdered, I should say mass exterminated, by the Ottoman Empire. The issue was the post using the term Armenian genocide, a designation that the Zogus, the Z-O-G-U-S, or the Zionist occupation government of the United States, historically has not used for what happened, with a notable exception by the Biden administration. The White House blamed a staff mistake. There be some questions and answers about what that means, what Trump himself did, or rather Vance, as Trump's man in Armenia, and so what Vance himself did and didn't say, and why it matters. So what did Vance go to see in Armenia? Vance visited a site called the Armenian Genocide Memorial, Armenia's official national monument, remembering its citizens who died en masse under the Ottoman Empire's genocidal occupation during World War I. And I use that term pointedly, as the Turks occupy a good part of the peninsula of Asia Minor, which are not Turkish. This includes Kurdistan, Armenia, and Lazistan, amongst other minorities. The initial post on Vance's official X account stated that he was visiting the memorial to honor the victims of the Armenian genocide. It was replaced with a second post that showed what he wrote in the guest book, as well as a clip of the vice president and Usha Vance laying flowers at the memorial. Now Vance, the first American vice president to ever visit Armenia, was in the country as part of the Trump maladministration's follow-up to an American brokered deal aimed at ending a decades-long conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, where Vance traveled later on Tuesday. Understand here that I'm already getting emails about people not understanding what I'm saying about Turkey occupying the Asian peninsula known as Asia Minor. For those of you who just don't get it, and you're so ignorant that you think that just because the entire Asia Minor Peninsula is plastered with the name Turkey, these aren't just minorities in a nation. These are occupied nations under Turkish occupation, from Lazistan on the Black Sea coast to Armenia to Kurdistan. And these people are constantly being attacked in an exterminatory fashion by a literally and historically genocidal regional superpower. The unfortunate aspect here is that they are ethnically Jewish, not the people being slaughtered, but the genocidals. The genocidal maniacs, known as Turks, are ethnically Ashkenazim, or rather the Ashkenazims, are all ethnically Turkic, with a lot of interbreeding with Eastern Europeans. And they are descended, as they occupy Palestine, the majority of Ashkenazim, well, all Ashkenazims, are descended from the Khazar, the 13th tribe of Turks who were forcibly converted to Judaism by the Judaic version of what the Muslims would call jihad, or holy war, or what the Christians would call a crusade. The Jewish term for that is Holocaust. Bigger in whale shit. You can look it up yourself. They would conduct holocausts for mass conversion of those they did not outright exterminate in the name of their mad god. Take a look at Canaan. Canaan was the promised land to the original Israelites, who then killed every man, woman, and child, and burned it to the root, then occupied it, and tended it for themselves. This was something they felt was promised to them by God, and the population was exterminated as part of what was called a Holocaust, a mass burnt offering. They just got really pissed off when the tables were turned, and my biological father applied the Holocaust to them. So why does word choice matter here? Obviously, I would argue that Armenia did not suffer a genocide. It suffered a Holocaust. And we'd better start using that term. But it puts us even more at odds with the Zionist occupation government of the United States, our Zogas, and the Jewish diaspora elsewhere in the world, along with Israel, which is aligned with Turkey in, well, suppressing the knowledge of the Armenian Holocaust for their desire to monopolize that term. Genocide itself, which is a lesser degree of mass murder, is fraught and legally distinct as a term that national governments, international bodies, and mainstream mass media organizations use only with Jewish permission. According to the United States State Department's long-held understanding, the United Nations in 1948 defined genocide to mean certain acts enumerated in Article 2 committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. It is not questioned that many millions of Armenian citizens, all of them Christians, died at the direction of the Committee of Union and Progress that led the Muslim government in Constantinople, now known as Istanbul. The United States Holocaust Memorial Museum malevolently underestimates that at least 664,000 and possibly as many as 1.2 million died. But the United States government has historically never recognized what happened as a genocide out of fear of alienating Islam Ashkenazim Turkey, a die Draconic, as in Die Deutschen Sprech, the Germans speak, for what is literally Meisterschlüssel, anglicized as Master Key Ally, in the region. In 2021, then President Joe Biden...
Meisterschlüssel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there an L in it? I don't think there's an L in
it. There is in its spelling. Meisterschlüssel? Yeah.
Schlüssel?
Yeah, look it up. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I mean, this is the way I've always seen it. I'll enter it into the text box here. So this is how I've always seen it.
I think you're saying Master Spoon.
Right. That would be cute. Yeah. Meisterschlüssel? Yeah. And is that correct? Look that up for me.
Schlüssel. Yeah, okay, that is right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's like an old school key. Yeah, Schlüssel.
Yeah, there you go, like skeleton key. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Thank you. Well, I'm old school, dude. I'm like ancient. You know, the vampire with the horse and buggy, the carriage. So yes.
Der Schlüssel passt nicht.
There we are. Cute. Yes. So in 2021, then President Joe Biden finally formally recognized that the systematic mass exterminations and mass deportations of millions of Armenians by Ottoman imperial forces constituted a genocide. Islam Ashkenazim Turkey reacted with full fiery fury at the time, the foreign minister saying his country will not be given lessons in our history from anyone. Talk about denialism. People of Armenian descent recall the victims with memorials and an annual day of remembrance observed around the world, including in these United States. So what did Vance himself say? Vance was asked specifically yesterday about his visit to the memorial and whether he was recognizing genocide. He avoided using the word and said he went to pay my respects at the invitation of his host, the Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan, and his government. Apparently, for his part, determined to keep the focus on the original mission of his trip by qualifying that it was a sign of respect, both for the victims, but also for the Armenian government that's been a very important partner for us in the region. Vance said, I think the president struck a great peace deal. I think the administration is really making it stick. Yeah, they're sticking it all right. They said this is a very important site for us, and obviously, I'm the first U.S. vice president to ever visit Armenia. They asked us to visit the site. Obviously, it's a very terrible thing that happened a little over 100 years ago, and something that's very, very important to them culturally. So what did the White House say? The White House blamed the original post on a staff member. It's the second time in less than a week that the West Wing has blamed an unnamed aide for a controversy over a social media post. Last Friday, it was a racist video that Trump had shared on his Truth Social account that depicted former President Barack Obama and the First Lady Michelle Obama as jungle primates. The White House initially defending that post before deleting it after a cascade of criticism. So what happens next? It's not yet clear whether there will be any diplomatic consequences. Still, there is the political question of whether Armenian Americans react en masse, with the rhetorical boomerang offering one more reminder of how reluctant the American empire under Zog, the Zionist occupation government, has been to employ the word genocide to describe what Americans know as such via ethno-national remembrance. The Russian America are, they're almost one nation at this point. The Russian Empire has, relevantly, in context of all I've just articulated, slipped to Chad and Zimbabwe in global corruption rank. According to the 2025 ranking published by Transparency International, the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire has continued to slide in the global corruption.
Are they still above Burkina Faso?
That probably isn't even on the list. That probably doesn't even rate as a recognized nation.
What's the list? Corruption? The most corrupt?
Yeah. Look up Transparency International's Global Corruption Perceptions Index, where Russia.
What's the top three? What are the rankings?
Jesus. Top is the best. That means so you're looking at the bottom. The bottom is
like the least corrupt.
Yeah, it's the least corrupt is at the top.
How can you even measure that quantitatively?
It's perception. It's measure of perception by their own citizens.
Got
and
it.
By other people. But it's cross referenced. So I'll get to that. It's more than one organization is composing this. So you're talking about a whole coalition of organizations. This isn't some bullshit. It's actual.
What is the list called?
It's called the what did I just say? Global Corruption Perceptions Index, CPI. And or GCPI, and but Russia has on that list fallen to the level of Chad and Zimbabwe. In other words, they're at the bottom. Now, in the 2025 results, the Russian Federation dropped 3 more places to rank 157th. Yeah, out of 182 countries. So if you're numbering 182, you're at
I'm looking.
Yeah, you're at the bottom. Anyhow, that was last
It's on
year.
par with Mexico. So
Yeah. Which is run by cartels.
Well, so is Russia. I mean,
Yes. Russia's
honestly. I'm gonna pull. I might as well say it. This is the Western. This is the Western propaganda against
Tell him what Putin
mighty
said.
Russia.
Tell him what Putin said about the best intelligence. Tell him what Putin said about the best.
Okay, in his defense, he was telling the truth. So there was these Indian ladies interviewing Vladimir Putin, and they asked him, because they have these quirky kind of, especially when it's chicks interviewing in India, they have these like quirky kind of personal questions.
Yeah.
They give the journalistic questions, but they always end it with these like little personal, like, what's your favorite food? But but for him, they said, what's your favorite spy agency? What did they call it? The intelligence
network.
They said, you're an intelligence man yourself. What is your favorite intelligence agency? And she said, oh, except Russia, of course, because that's the best. She already answered it for him, and he right into his face. So you got to give her credit for that. And he said, "Oh well, there are many that do good work." And he said, he said a couple places. Maybe I don't think he even mentioned CIA or anything like that. He said, she did. And then he said, "Oh, Mossad is very effective at what they do," but he said, "I think, our people are the most effective, and we're quite pleased. I'm quite pleased with what we've accomplished."
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So he's saying the FSB is the best, or whatever. It's probably something unnamed, Like in One Piece, they call it CP0. So they have cipher pull 1 through 10, 1 through 9, right? That are like on the books, and then they have one called CP0, which is the assassination group that no one knows about.
There we are.
So whatever version he has, he's very happy with.
There you go. Well,
which is basically P-Man and all these people.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, they've installed Trump as president. I mean, and they're they've fucked up the whole world. So there's nothing constructive they can do, but they're masters at destruction. And so in that sense, yes, the Russians are punching well above their weight. So he
was truthful when he said, ours is the best as far as efficacious, effectiveness.
Yeah. And by the way, just so our listeners understand, he's pleased about what we would call subversion. It's not that the Russian intelligence organizations are necessarily good at reconnoitering and gathering intel, rather that they're spreading chaos. So it's a very proactive, offensive form of espionage. It's basically
that was
go on.
That was an interesting thing that is like she was saying it like a personal preference. What's your favorite? But he said a very clinical answer.
Yes. And he says it truthfully. It's not simply patriotism. It's not patriotism. It's a fact. It's a factual reality that the Russian intelligence networks have fucked up the world masterfully. Now, as I said, with the Russian Federation having dropped 3 more places to rank 157th out of 182 nations, its score actually remained unchanged at 22 out of 100, the lowest result Russia has recorded since the index was first introduced. But with this score, via Russian media itself, the Caspian Post reports that Russia now shares the same position as Chad, Zimbabwe, and Honduras. Now, Transparency International's data shows that perceptions of corruption in Russia are worse than in Iran at 153rd, Iraq at 136th, Uzbekistan at 100.
Okay, to be fair, you have to have money because corruption means you pay them off. So you have to have money to pay them off. Yeah, I saw. I mean, yeah, and the Iranian people, it's so sad. Like they're the most. Everyone that travels there says they're the most kindest, nicest people on earth, and then
Yeah.
they're under this horrible regime. Yeah.
Yeah, it's horrific. It's the kindest people on earth are living in hell. Yes.
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah.
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 And I can speak that, you know, people talk a lot of crap about like Arabs, but they're actually the most hospitable people on it, you know, in as far as Western standards go, they're the most hospitable people I've ever met.
Yeah,
You
no,
know,
it's
they'll
true.
let you into your house,
Yeah.
they'll feed you until you
Yeah.
can't eat anymore. You know, it's so, but these people are under the worst regimes
Yeah. Yeah.
or lack of
It's
lack
bizarre.
of regime.
No,
Yeah.
it's no, everything that I can personally testify to the accuracy of what Brendan Zoget is saying. Yeah, at the personal level, generally speaking, Arabs are, you know, can be like that. Of course, there's a lot of negative things I can relate to, but that's another time for that.
Yeah, but that's internal. Most of that's internal. But if you're like a stranger, you know, they're very hospitable people.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's yeah. Like I said, when what Brendan is talking about is absolutely true, and this has a lot to do with if you're a stranger in a strange land, it's amazing how accommodating they can be. I've had real negative experiences dealing with Arabs in America, but then again, I was involved in what
Well,
were
you're
effectively
preaching to the
yeah.
target.
Yeah, there you go. But in all fairness, I was involved in what were effectively underworld situations. But you know, that was when I worked in mostly I gained my negative experiences working in the adult entertainment industry for the Samuel Conti Habib Karuba partnership while it was extant. And Samuel Conti was the Italian, old world Italian mob. And I mean, genuine, real Italian gangster, like Godfather level of San Francisco. And who actually drove me home one night.
Is Little Italy still there, or am I thinking of some other place?
Oh,
I think
it's still there. No, it's still there. Yeah, Little Italy.
We drove by it. We may have drove by it actually.
No, that's down near Columbus Square. Did we go past Columbus Square?
I don't know. I would have remembered that. That's over by. That's over
I don't
by,
believe
like,
so.
The south.
No. You know why we avoided it? Because we couldn't make it through Chinatown. We drove on the periphery of Chinatown, so I guess we did go by it. Yeah, we did go by it. But
I
we
mean,
didn't go through.
very.
Yeah.
Well, we made a mistake going through the Tenderloin. That's
yeah. Well, there you go. But,
and then it's like with you, it's like going into like a beehive, and you're like, "Why did you go into the beehive?" It's like, "Well, you're the one who lives here." You know, shit.
Yeah.
And then gunshots.
Yeah. There you have it. Well, remember, I wasn't even thinking. I mean, we just plowed through it, and I was just like, you know, don't forget I grew up there, so I wasn't really registering.
Well, yeah, we're both local, so it's like you just see people in tents and stuff, and you don't think anything of it. That's the kind of place we're from.
Yeah, that's right. But Samuel Conti, he was partnered with Habib Karuba, obviously. Habib
Sounds
Karuba,
shiesty.
Yeah, Habib Karuba was actually of Arabic. If you had to pin a nationality on, because remember, these are all colonial lines drawn on a map by invading powers, and the Arab tribalism that existed was well before those lines were drawn. But if you were to pin him down by regional boundaries, you'd say it was Iraqi. So he was actually Iraqi, believe it or not. Which makes sense. But of course, Iraq covers multiple ethnic groups, just like Syria or any of these Arab nations. There's multiple ethnicities within these so-called nations that are basically artifacts of British colonialism in particular. But they kept hiring Egyptians that were male Egyptians, but they're just third world trash Arabs. They're like, Euro trash. It's like Arab trash. This is Arab trash. And it was only because Samuel Conti was partnered with Habib Karuba he tolerated this, but they really shouldn't have. And a few decent guys but the majority of them, you couldn't trust them with adult women in an adult entertainment center, or underage women for that matter, albeit we weren't working with those. But they're just repeatedly trying to hump like dogs. All the women, and you don't bring Arab guys into an environment like that. It's like they're just repeatedly harassing and trying to hump the strippers, and they're just god awful, just worthless, just nothing but there's nothing constructive gets done. So you get what I'm saying. I mean, you could imagine it yourself. You know what would happen.
I know these kind of people.
Yeah, and there's nowhere to go with these guys. But
I could only imagine these people going, like my uncle going to Thailand and shit. Who knows what they're like when they're the lights are off and shit.
In the candy store, in
the candy shop. Yeah.
When you got them in the candy store, that's these guys can't control themselves. It's horrific. Only one of them was decent. He was. That's because he was almost borderline developmentally disabled. But the rest of them just
there seems to be like some kind of that thing with it.
And but the rest of them who were functional were the worst. Anyhow, Iraq itself is at 136th on this corruption index. Uzbekistan at 124th. All of these nations are still way ahead of Russia by light years. Angola at 120th.
I mean, where was this poll taken? I mean, I'm not trying to defend it. I'm just saying,
I'll get to that. And Cuba at 84th is surprisingly in the lead amongst better perception than the other nations have. Now, among the former Soviet satrap states, only Tajikistan at 166th and Turkmenistan at 167th ranks lower than Russia.
Yeah, I mean, those countries are strange because, like, if you go there's nobody there.
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah.
Like, if you see the people that travel there on the internet, it's like it's so controlled that there's no one there.
Yeah,
in the streets.
Yeah,
there's like huge hotels with no people.
Oh yeah,
like Turkmenistan and these places.
Oh yeah, they're just afraid to go out. They're just afraid to go out.
So that's like even, I don't think corruption even is the right word.
No,
it's like totalitarian.
It is in this sense. Total. The reason they're not going out is because the moment they step out, the police shake them down.
Exactly. Exactly.
So that's corruption.
So in a sense, it makes sense.
Yeah. Now, ironically.
But I mean, I'm not arguing with you, but I'm saying, isn't corruption like you could pay them off? Like say, hey, here's $100. Let me go.
It's that.
Or at least that's how I've heard Mexico works. Of it.
But I'll definitely articulate it. Basically, first, I want to emphasize that, ironically, Russia's strongest performance came with COVID in 2020 when it scored 30 points and ranked 129th. Since then, it's lost 28 positions. Now, commenting on the findings, Aliena Vondyshieva, the directress of Transparency International Russia, said corruption remains a systemic problem fueled by government opacity, pressure on independent institutions, and the total lack of any effective oversight. She noted that this directly affects the quality of healthcare, the functioning of courts, environmental conditions, and the protection of citizens' rights. The corruption...
Hey, but they don't push GMOs on people, and they care about organic farming. I mean, that to me, that ups their points.
Wait a second. Not to argue with you, but how do you know that? I would say the only reason that they avoid GMOs is they don't have the biotech.
Apparently, it's outlawed there. They said, no, we're not allowing GMOs into the country.
That would be that's like...
This is the rumor. This is the internet.
Yeah. Look, that's probably the case, really, because the Europeans are also that paranoid about GMO. I mean, I've always said the Europeans and the Europeans are pathologically paranoid about GMO. So Russia probably...
Well, I would say it's good. But I'm biased.
But dude, you know as well as I do that plant hybridization has been going on forever. That's just how we got our agriculture.
Yeah, I mean, there are nuances though. Oh, yeah.
I
But
mean, yeah.
I'm talking like full on genetically
I know what you're saying. You're talking
engineered,
about
full on.
molecular biological alteration.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
understand. But there's no other way you're going to get food to grow in some places.
But if we're talking like Mendelian
Yeah.
genetics, then yeah, that's always happened. Yeah.
Yeah, thank
That's
you.
how it works. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. At any rate,
Yeah.
the aside.
But I was just doing a devil's advocate. You know.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so Heather says, this makes me tingly all over. It's the place I have an obsession with. Back in the market. Oh my God! So Venice is cursed or cursed. Renaissance Palace.
I've talked about this many times, how this place is just outstanding, and I thought it had the amber room in it, remember?
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, I don't think that anymore, but I think it's mirrors. I don't think it's amber. I think
Okay,
it's
if it keeps
mirror.
going on the market, it's definitely cursed. Just
Yeah.
If you're thinking about buying it.
I'm thinking about it.
Well, I mean,
It's definitely cursed. I mean, if it says cursed mansion.
Well, what it is,
literally,
I think, I
estate,
think it's the mirrors that
palace.
are what I thought was the amber. I think it's just mirrors, and I think that's the cursed part.
well, Heather, now that you're on with Brendan, why don't you ask him directly about the fingerprints? Brendan was confused about that. He felt that the fingerprints were on that god-awful organic mass you found in the garage, but I think you meant that the fingerprints were left on your mirrors that you were using to try and seal, correct?
Did you know about that?
Well, you were asking Brendan about it, and I had to act as kind of like the middleman because Brendan didn't come.
Oh yeah, that didn't work out very well. I tried doing that locking thing and it worked, but I used salt water, and I walked away from it, and when it dried, it made a horrific
Scar
scene.
Yeah.
And Vinny and his mom walked up on it, and they didn't know, and they thought we'd been invaded.
Oh wow. Sorry
Yeah,
to hear
I didn't
that.
see it.
Okay. So ask Brendan now how you were talking about your fingerprints were left on the mirror and that you were concerned
No,
about.
I was wondering if we wipe, or if I'm supposed to wipe it all off, the whole thing that you do with your finger.
Yeah, you do the cleansing, put up the wards, and then you wipe it off. Then you clean it with vinegar,
That's what I
preferably
wanted to know.
vinegar. Because
Yeah, I
vinegar
didn't
is
want to
also
wipe
an
it off, and I guess
anti-curse
I
agent.
should have. Oops.
Oh, there you go. Now you know.
I mean, you don't have to wipe it off, but like you said, it just makes a strange kind of effect, like Bloody Mary is trying to get in.
Yeah.
So you don't
Yeah,
want to
they got freaked out by it. It was a bad move on my part.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe leave a sticky note next time. Like, hey, this is being cleansed. But, yeah, anyways, all right.
That's
blessings. Look.
What are you leaving us or something all of a sudden? What? Oh, you mean by you're just kind of giving her like encouragement? Did he just leave the call or something? He's still there, right, Brendan?
No, he's here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm leaving. I just chimed in because you were talking about I don't know what you were talking about, but it sparked my attention to know that Palazzo is back on. It was 14 million last time they had it for sale.
Wow, that's not too much.
Nah.
It's I mean, comparatively speaking, but it's definitely a impressive place. But it's linked to deaths.
I think it's more like I consider it more of like a museum than a home.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's linked to deaths and financial ruin. It's obviously.
It's all smoke and mirrors.
Well, I think the results are real enough. And definitely the door opens right out into the water. So that's neat. Yeah.
That's true.
Oh gosh. Well, it's well, definitely.
But like I said, I'm not obsessed about going to a Venice anymore because I took a gondola ride with my Meta 3.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't feel the urge so much.
Is this a virtual gondola ride?
Yes.
Oh, that's cute. That's adorable.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was neat.
Yeah. Well, that's good, and thank you for sharing that. Yeah, so that's great, and
You're welcome.
yeah, okay, and
I'm just gonna listen.
yeah, and just jump back on whenever you feel like it, you know, and
Okay, thanks, Brandon.
there you go. Yeah, she thanks you, Brendan, and so anyhow, to answer Brendan's question about all this. Well, how do they figure this out, Douglas? Well, the Corruption Perceptions Index doesn't measure corruption directly, but reflects how corrupt the public sector is perceived to be. The ranking draws on data from the World Bank, the World Economic Forum, and 10 consulting firms and analytical centers. It's a lot of cross-reference sources, so this is no joke. In 2025, the top performers were Denmark at 89 points, Finland at 88, and Singapore at 84. At the bottom of the list were South Sudan and Somalia at 9 points each, and Venezuela at 10. Transparency International also noted a troubling global trend. The world average score fell to 42, the lowest level in more than a decade. More than 2/3 of countries scored below 50, while the number of countries scoring above 80 has dropped from 12 to just 5 over the past 10 years. We at Team Dietrich have always accepted the fact that pro-Russian actors have been lying practically from day one of their invasion, in reality from far earlier, going back to when Ukraine surrendered the Black Sea Fleet in being, its entire strategic nuclear bomber wing, and the totality of its strategic arsenal of nuclear warheaded intercontinental, medium, and short-range rocket forces in exchange for sworn guarantee that the Russian Empire would never raise arms against it. As for the potential of Ukraine winning the war in 2026, you must first understand that the supreme fact is that Russia cannot win. Even if the Ukrainian army would collapse today, Crimea and Donbass would be, and say if they as well, simultaneous to collapse of the Ukrainian army, that the Crimean Peninsula and the Donbass became as Russian territory, and the European Union lifted all sanctions, and there was no guerrilla action at all, Russia would go down in flames. Integrating Donbass into Russia dwarfs German reunification. With the end of their war economy, bad debts will explode. Reintroducing political freedom quite often ends in revolution. The question is not whether Russia wins, but how bad both Russia and Ukraine lose. Here clearly, the West is to blame. In the months leading up to the invasion, support for Ukraine was mostly symbolic. The 5,000 helmets United Germany decided to send were indicating that, as in 2008 and in 2014, European Union reaction would be as flaccid as its furled banners. Even after the invasion, support was fickle and often got entangled in partisan fights. Trump didn't help either, giving Putin and the Russian public hope that a final effort would end the war. And since Ukraine itself started no wars, there'll be nothing for Ukraine to win. Ukraine is defending its sovereignty against Russia's invasion. Best case scenario, Ukraine succeeds in defending its sovereignty. Even then, it wouldn't have won anything. It would simply remain independent. Having lost hundreds of thousands of defenders and civilians whose lives had been cut short by the Russian invading forces. Ukrainians do not seek victory. Ukrainians seek перемога, which means prevail in the face of adversity. In this sense, I'm confident that in 2026, the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire will not be able to erase sovereign Ukraine from the maps, and the Ukrainian government and people made it clear that Ukraine won't cede its land to Russia. Donbass is Ukraine. The Crimea is Ukraine. Kherson is Ukraine. Zaporozhye is Ukraine. This won't change. I myself usually refrain from criticizing the way Ukraine conducts the war. After all, they are doing the dying while the rest of us are comfortable and safe. However, as a combat veteran with a professionally academic background, I'll make a small exception. The Ukraine is losing too many soldiers. I never understood this quasi-obsession with keeping control over as much territory as possible. The Ukraine has enough land, but not enough soldiers. Interestingly, whenever Ukraine is forced to abandon its static defense, they prove to be more successful. A good example is Russia's recent Kharkiv offensive. Ukrainian defense positions near the border with Russia weren't properly prepared and sometimes didn't exist at all, which forced the armed forces of Ukraine to withdraw to more defensible positions. In other words, they gave up land for tactical gains. This wasn't voluntary, as we all know, but it has proven to be the right step. Now Russian troops get slaughtered in Volchansk and other Ukrainian border towns by the thousands. The Ukraine needs to exploit its strengths and not allow the Russians to dictate how the game is played. As soon as troops are moving in one direction or the other, Ukraine is at an advantage due to more mobility, better leadership, logistics, and coordination. On the other hand, as soon as all movement stops and attrition warfare begins, they are losing valuable resources. We need to be more modest with our expectations. Ukraine is keeping its losses at a sustainable level while at the same time making the Russians bleed, and that should be the absolute top priority. So is this victory in the war? I won't say that Ukraine would have won the war if Russia fails to destroy it in 2026, but what's obvious is that Russia wouldn't have won the war either unless the Ukraine is fully defeated and can no longer be even regarded or interpreted as an independent country, regardless of what the Russian propagandists may wish to announce in a few months after realizing that they have utterly failed to erase Ukraine from the geopolitical maps. Russia only wins in quotes, if Ukraine no longer exists and is absorbed by Mother Russia. Ukraine only wins if Russia no longer exists and is broken into smaller states, which is a far more plausible outcome than the Russian version thereof, where Ukraine disappears. Until either of the two outcomes arrivest, the war is not finished. And if the war isn't finished, there be no victory. It's just an end to another, the end of another round. The Ukraine has been fighting for its independence from the Russian Empire for over 300 years. So is Ukraine falling now? No, it is fighting. Quite effectively, actually. Will Russia win the war soon? No. If Russia ever wins, it will be a Pyrrhic victory that costs them decades of prosperity. As for eventually forcing Ukraine to capitulate, there is consistent analyses from diverse sources that both sides can sustain themselves for 2 to 3 years of ongoing conflict. This war may be months, or years, or decades away from its end. Putin will fight to the bitter end and will bring the whole of Russia down with him. Hence, the Russians as a people are returning to Europe. The Council of Europe is betting that Russia is more than its regime and is preparing for inevitable change. Because, in reality, Russia is losing the public war, the political war, and the economic war. Indeed, the Russians are officially losing the Russo-Ukrainian war militarily. They're no longer able to keep up with losses, and their military is shrinking in size. Over 1,000 Russian soldiers are killed or wounded every day. That's 1 to 2 regiments per day, and a small battalion almost weekly. They lose 1 field army per year. That's insane. And the last time numbers like those occurred was also by Russians during World War II. See the current battlefield situational status for yourselves. This is a map from January 24th of this year that I'm entering in live stream. And please access that. And with that, we will enter that into the text box in our infinite call for the members of Team Dietrich. Now, look at that. It's been this way in this war for years. And that means the Russians will run out of money and soldiers before the Ukrainians run out of ammunition. Ukraine is winning the war of attrition. During the 10-year Soviet-Afghan War, 1979 through 1989 officially, 14,453 Soviet personnel died, and 53,753 were critically injured, as in disabled for life. And the Greater Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics collapsed as a direct consequence. Note here that the Greater Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics was much bigger than Russia is today. According to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, in their exhaustively confirmed tabulations, during the 3-year Russo-Ukrainian War, as was accounted for from the period of 2022 through to 2025, over 250,000 Russians have died, and over 1 million have been critically injured, as in disabled for life. That's 1 million cripples, people. Putin has wiped out nearly all his tanks, a large part of his Black Sea Fleet, a good part of his air force, a large part of Russia's missile defense, and a large portion of his working-age family men, a large part of Russia's oil and gas infrastructure, lost most of his international clients, is slowly crippling his economy, and has shown the world just how weak motherless Russia really fucking always was, which was always emphasized by only one man, Douglas Dietrich, the son of Adolf Hitler, who saw through this straw giant Americans call Russia. Putin's only success has been installing his cocksucking meat sock puppet as President of the United States of America to divide our nation, it being the only factor that has kept Putin in the fight despite all his other setbacks. Putin is hanging on, waiting for Trump to get the opportunity to completely betray Ukraine. Unfortunately for Putin, that may take the American empire out of the war, but Europe is steadfastly standing up for Ukraine and has contributed more to the Ukraine than the mother-sucking Americans ever have. Ukraine has no choice but to keep on fighting. Putin's or Trump's signatures on a so-called peace deal are worthless and are nothing other than unconditional surrender to the Russian Empire with no protection from further attacks. Russia is rejecting without discussion all negotiations that do not involve the outright termination of Ukrainian sovereignty. They leave the Ukrainians no choice but to continue fighting in self-defense. The war will continue for several more years. Looking at what is left of Ukrainian infrastructure, Russia is unfortunately winning the physical destruction and massacre of civilians war. It est their genocide. But in the grand schematic, it est the big picture, Russia has already lost the hearts and minds of the Russian as well as the Ukrainian people. Last month, nearly 4 years after Russia was expelled from the Council of Europe over its invasion of the Ukraine, the superpeninsular subcontinent's oldest intergovernmental organization once again welcomed Russian delegates in an official capacity. They were not, however, the familiar figures that once walked the halls of the Palace of Europe in Strasbourg, like, well, the likes of Kremlin television propagandist Pyotr Tolstoy or Russia's former Washington ambassador Sergei Kislyak. Instead, the Council of Europe's Parliamentary Assembly, which brings together lawmakers from 46 European states, opened its doors to the representatives of Russia's anti-war and pro-democracy opposition, 15 of them whom now sit on its newly established Platform for Dialogue. Opening the platform's first meeting, Petra Baer, an Austrian attorney, or how would we say it, Österreichisch, and presidentress of the assembly, said, "Russia is not only a regime. There are people inside and outside the country who reject the war, who condemn the crimes committed in their names, who want their country not to be an aggressor, but a partner. Europe has not forgotten you." Formed in the late 1940s in the wake of the Second World War, the Council of Europe was intended to bring peace and good neighborly relations to a ravaged continent. Its founding document, the European Convention on Human Rights, was drawn up in 1950 and remains in force, with additional protocols to this day. The founders' vision of a pan-European human rights body seemed like a distant dream in the time of the Third World War in effect, so grossly misnamed the Cold War, when half of the superpeninsular subcontinent was enslaved by the communist bloc. But the dream came as true when, after the fall of the communist regimes in Eastern Europe, the former captive nations rejoined the European family, with Russia itself becoming a full member of the Council of Europe in 1996, with Rudolf Bindig, a German lawmaker and the rapporteur on Russia's accession, at the time remarking, "A rendezvous with history." To this day, European policymakers debate whether that decision was right. Even during its brief period of democracy in the 1990s, Russia fell short of many of the standards accepted in the Council of Europe. And with Vladimir Putin's rise to power in 2000, Annō Dominī, even those sprinklings of freedom were swept away in an authoritarian restoration. With no national election under Putin assessed by international observers as free and fair, the claim by Russia's official parliamentarians to represent the country in the assembly was at best dubious. But there were strong arguments on the other side too, chief among them being that Russian citizens could now appeal the unlawful decisions of their government to the European Court of Human Rights. In many cases, Strasbourg was the only place Russians could find real justice. Over the years, the court has issued thousands of rulings in their favor. At times, justice has been posthumous. Last week, the European Court ruled that the late opposition leader Alexei Navalny's arrest and imprisonment by Russian authorities in 2021 had been unlawful. Accession to the Council of Europe also commenced with conditions, including a permanent moratorium on the death penalty and the transfer of prisons from the security services to civilian control. That was a move reversed by Putin just last year. The few rights any political dissident enjoyed during their imprisonment, such as the right to correspondence and the right to legal representative visitations, came only as a result of those conditions. Any Russians under such duress could only pray for their friends imprisoned in Belarus, which never joined the Council of Europe and ergo did not have even that. After Putin invaded the Ukraine in February of 2022, Russia's continued membership became untenable, and the Assembly voted to expel it. But, as Bayer noted at last month's meeting, geography remains. Russia is Europe's largest country, and European lawmakers are fully aware that, for as long as it continues to be ruled by an aggressive dictatorship, no peace or security on the continent, well, the superpeninsular subcontinent, will be possible. The new Russian platform will work on many practical issues, from advocating for Russian political prisoners to strengthening sanctions on Putin's war machine and its sources of funding. But one other priority will be devising a roadmap for the post-Putin transition. Political change in Russia has often come unexpectedly. The swift collapse of the Tsarist Empire in 1917 and the Greater Soviet regime in 1991 being the most prominent cases in point. And it is important to be ready for that window when it opens and to avoid repeating the mistakes of the 1990s that led us to where we are now. Next time, we have no right to fail. Political leaders across Europe are increasingly looking to that future. Last month, the United Germany's Justice Ministress, Stephanie Ubig, told the Assembly, "We must hold on to hope, the hope that one day Russia, too, will return to the Council of Europe as a democratic country, just as Germany was allowed to return after the catastrophe of the 20th century." Today her words seem like a distant dream, but so did the aspirations for a pan-European human rights body in the time of that Third World War that we misremember as the Cold War. In interim, the Ukrainians are clear, united, and steadfast in their determination to repulse Russia, and I most certainly pray they do so. Of late, there are rumblings of diminishing support for Ukraine by the United States of America and Putin's useful idiots in Western Europe. So, what is the big surprise? Wealthy nations always back out on their promises to help lesser privileged nations in their hours of need. If any Western European nation abandons the Ukraine, my most sincere hope is that when Russia comes knocking at their border, everybody says, "Sorry, can't afford to help. You will have to go it on your own." When the Kremlin makes territorial demands as part of Ukraine peace negotiations, they are usually interpreted as cover for more serious issues like the lifting of Western sanctions, reconfiguration of NATO, and economic cooperation with the United States. Russia's interlocutors tend to believe that territory is simply a bargaining chip for Moscow, not least because it's hard to imagine anyone prosecuting such a devastating war just to seize a few small, badly damaged towns in eastern Ukraine. We are at 4 years of war. Each side has different limiting factors. For Ukraine, it is soldiers, though with the use of drones, their attrition has gone down. For Russia, it is their economy. Putin has no qualms about destroying a generation of young Russians. Several experts predict the collapse of the Russian economy in 2026. Vladimir Putin has made his choice. Insiders confirm that Donald Trump made an outrageously generous peace offer, effectively surrendering Ukraine sans that nation's consent or even participation. But Putin has decided to continue his brutal war against the Ukraine. Even though Russia's unrelenting barrages of missiles and drones against Kiev and other cities have been appalling, the actual death toll from these strikes has remained relatively low. On the ground, Moscow's slow, grinding winter offensive continues, pushing towards Sumy in the north and inching forward along the Donbas front. But the gains are tiny, just a few square kilometers, purchased at the staggering cost of up to 1,000 Russian casualties a day. So what's Putin hoping to achieve by dragging this out instead of taking the deal? The answer most likely lies in the safe little bubble world he lives in, where his generals and security chiefs continue to say that victory is still possible. They tell him he can win, or at least secure enough on the battlefield to claim success. One such trophy might be the city of Sumy, sitting just 15 kilometers from Russia's border in Ukraine's northeast corner. Putin played it down at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum held some 7 months ago, saying, "We don't have a task to take Sumy, but I don't rule it out," as if capturing a city was a personal matter or a matter of personal whim, the implication being quite chilling. In May, the Russian advance appeared to pick up speed, with territorial gains doubling to about 5.5 square miles a day. But then Ukraine reported that the push toward Sumy had stalled, at least for the winter. Some in the West are hopeful the winter offensive has already run out of steam. Others, more soberly, suspect the worst is yet to come. Last summer, Russian troops seized a lithium mine near Shevchenko in western Donetsk, a strategic blow to Ukraine's hopes for post-war foreign investment and industrial recovery. There are signs Russia may soon intensify its assault in the Donbas, forcing Ukraine to stretch its already thin manpower even further across a 1,200-kilometer front. It's a cruel game of military whack-a-mole. The real mystery is how Russia's war machine keeps grinding on despite staggering losses and gross mismanagement. According to pro-Russian military bloggers, undertrained troops are routinely thrown into suicidal, or I should say mass suicidal, meat assaults as the commanders take bribes from their own soldiers to avoid the front, and minor infractions are punished with beatings, being tied to trees, or being thrown into pits. Soldiers who complain too loudly run the risk of being zeroed out, which means either killed or sent on missions with guaranteed death. Commanders slander victories on the battlefield. Medical care is abysmal. There are either few or no evacuations. Logistics that are far worse than Ukraine's frequently cause injured soldiers to bleed to death. By all accounts, the Russian army is a catastrophe. Yet the criticism rarely reaches Putin himself. Even angry military bloggers stop short of blaming the man at the top, and back home, morale remains surprisingly high. To quoteist Alexandra Kuptsova, a software engineer in St. Petersburg, whose husband enlisted last year, the special military operation has become like the weather, distant, untouchable. Sure, prices are insane. Coffee costs 800 rubles. Mortgages are through the roof. But everyone's just waiting. They think we'll finish pounding the Ukrainians, Trump will sign a deal, and we can forget this stupid war ever happened. What's certain is that both sides, like exhausted fighters in a ring, keep throwing punches, hoping the other will break first. And in a war of attrition, Russia has the edge, with more people, more money, and more time to burn. Putin appears set to continue this war to the bitter end, regardless of the cost in blood or treasure, as he ignores all voices calling for peace. Exempli gratiae, I myself didn't even realize that Stepovoye, that Stepov in the Ukrainian, has been lost to the enemy. So are we about to see a general collapse in the Ukrainian defense? I have to really get sarcastic here. And I can't do this for everyone well, maybe I can. If I look up Stepoviet in online, let's see if I can get some little example here, or an image of Stepov. And yeah. Oh yeah, there we are. Here we go. This is, yeah. Here we go. This is, I don't think this does it justice. This is, of course, from Top War, a Russian site. And so if you just go to this site of Russian propaganda, this is a Russian propaganda site here. Bear that in mind. And you just take a look at this prize. And honestly, there's nothing to do but resort to satire when you're confronted with this insanity. This is what the Russians took at astronomical cost. I mean, it's really hard-hitting, of course. Ukraine is pretty much doomed now. I mean, come on. Ukraine's most strategic city has been conquered by the enemy, and I didn't even know about it. The Western mainstream mass media machine is hiding the truth from us. The most important battle of the war has just been lost by Ukraine, and they didn't even write a single article about it. I mean, Google and these other Nazi search engines are also part of this conspiracy. It took me more than 10 minutes to find this super important place on the map. Here it is, Russia's newest city. Of course, there's no city there. There's nothing there. Congratulations, you Russiist Putinistas must be really proud of yourselves by now. Yet there is plenty of evidence to suggest that territory is at least as important for, as they call him in the Russian, the Pravatelь. Pravatelь, the Russian word for ruler. Pravatelь Vladimir Putin, who sees himself as reassembling an empire, as the lifting of sanctions, Russia's material well-being, and even the risks to his own regime. Such a misreading of Putin is why negotiations have always failed, and will continue to always do so. At the end of 2025, Putin began holding more frequent public meetings with his generals. Since October, there have been a record-breaking 7 that I know of. Before the call, you know what that's equal to? The same amount of times that Netanyahu has visited Trump in the White House, 7 trips in the span of a year. Now, before the collapse of the most recent round of negotiations, this was seen, all of these record-breaking public meetings with his generals, as the Kremlin trying to put pressure on the United States President Donald Trump. By showing off the Russian army's real and imaginal successes, Putin was apparently signaling to the White House that Washington needed to increase the pressure on Kiev to hand over the remaining parts of the Donbas region still under Kiev's control to Russia without further fighting. However, these meetings have continued even after the talks hit a dead end in the middle of December. In any case, it would have been sufficient to release short video clips to send a signal. Instead, Putin was shown discussing Russia's offensive in great detail and listening to reports from lieutenants and generals who relayed optimistic news about battlefield victories like the kind you see in the link I provided and the gradual expansion of Russian territory. The level of detail is impressive. On December 27th, for example, Colonel Ramil Fashutinov told Putin, or Feshkutinov, if I remember the Russian pronunciation, he told Putin that Russian troops had gained a foothold on the northeast edge of the town of Mirnorod and named the 2 streets in question. 2 streets! Like it was house-to-house fighting in Stalingrad. Colonel Vyacheslav Vitenin, if I remember his name, he described in even more detail what was unfolding around the town of Wuliapol. So telling his Pravitel, we advanced along Bolshoi Street to reach Shevchenko Street simultaneously with the 60th Brigade, thereby blocking the enemy. Now, he's telling the Commander-in-Chief about block-to-block advancement, street-by-street fighting. If this is urban warfare, it's at worse than snail's pace. This is glacial. Speaking at a similar meeting on December 29th, Russia's chief of staff, Russia's chief of the general staff, Valery Gerasimov, spraketh on a different scale, but also focused on land. According to him, the Russian army has seized 6,640 square kilometers of land and 334 population centers. At the end of the meeting, Putin asked how far the city of Zaporozhye was from the front and appeared satisfied with the answer. 15 kilometers. The Pravitel ordered the troops to continue their advance toward the city, however glacial their pace might be. At these meetings, Putin doesn't just discuss the Donbas area, but the liberation of all 4 regions to which Russia laid claim in 2022, but which it does not fully control. Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporozhye. He repeated the same ambition of occupying all these regions at his annual televised phone-in held on December 19th. Now, such statements cast doubt on whether the Kremlin would be willing to make peace even if it were handed the parts of the Donbas that it does not currently control. Moscow's territorial ambitions are far grander. The more outspoken figures in Putin's inner circle even talk openly about seizing parts of Ukraine outside the 4 annexed regions. Putin's aide, Nikolai Patrushev, for example, said publicly in 2025 that Odessa could also be part of Russia, which, for those of you who don't know, is like the New York City of Ukraine, which itself is a nation with a geographic size and population the size of France. Now, even if Putin's meetings with his generals really are calculated demonstrations of military might aimed at putting pressure on Ukraine and its Western backers, the issue of territory remains crucial. For Putin, neither the slow pace of the Russian military advance nor economic problems are a reason to give up Moscow's claims. By acquiring small Ukrainian towns and villages, the Russian dictator is apparently attempting to resurrect the empire whose disintegration he once characterized as the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the century. It's no coincidence that in official rhetoric, occupied areas are not referred to as new, but historical. Putin's position resembles the German historian Ernst Kantorowicz's idea that medieval rulers had 2 bodies, the body natural and mortal, and the body politique, a spiritually invested superbody, including the kingdom ruled by the monarch. Thus, the Donbas and the other areas of Ukraine Putin seeks to control can be characterized as his political body. Ukrainian towns like Kupiansk, Siversk, and Hulier-Pole, and even more so cities like Zaporozhye, are not simply dots on the map for Putin. They are real prizes. The American negotiators who rationalize Putin's demands, seeing seized Ukrainian land as assets that Moscow will be happy to trade for the right price, are misreading the Russian dictator's logic. Putin is in fact reluctant to give up relatively small amounts of territory with little economic value in exchange for the possibly enormous dividends of a grand bargain with Donald Trump. This looks odd, even ridiculous to most people. Well, to many people other than Americans. But the Russian president is fixated on his legacy. It's worth noting his statement in 2022 that Peter the Great fought for access to the Azov Sea, and under Putin's rule, the Azov Sea has once again become an internal sea of the Russian Federation. Russian commanders understand perfectly that Putin wants to acquire more Ukrainian land, and they are only too happy to help the Pravitel revel in victories by reporting the capture of small settlements in excruciating detail. Each public meeting between Putin and his generals boosts expectations of further successes on the battlefield and ultimately makes the prolongation of the war more likely. Russian society may be increasingly tired of the fighting, and Russia's economic problems may be growing, but Putin doesn't see either as a serious threat. He thinks Russia can adapt. As long as control over small Ukrainian towns and villages remains more important to him than economic losses or deals with the White House, the war will continue and new pretexts will be found to torpedo any peace talks. But by lasting longer than World War II, the invasion of Ukraine has shattered the Kremlin's most sacred myth. A mainstay genre of Moscow's war propaganda is the claim of a direct, unbroken moral continuum running from the Great Patriotic War, what Russians call the Eastern Front in World War II, to the so-called special military operation, which everyone else calls the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In this telling, history is not analogy, but destiny. Recruitment posters and billboards produced by the Russian Defense Ministry make us the point visually. A Red Army infantryman in a 1940s olive tunic clasps hands. Well, he's holding the hands of both an Imperial Army man in a Tsarist uniform from World War I and a soldier in postmodern Russian camouflage, as if the three conflicts are interchangeable chapters of the same war. The comparison is not only a top-down directive, but also a deeply internalized belief among Russians. We can do it again! It has been a popular rallying cry for decades, functioning less as nostalgia than as moral permission for perennial aggression. If our grandfathers once fought absolute evil and prevailed against impossible odds, then today's enemies, however defined, must be the same, and their destruction equally justified. Never mind that it was the greater Soviet Union, not today's smaller and weaker Russia, that survived World War II, or that the Red Army was outspokenly a multinational force. Millions of Ukrainians, Belarusians, Kazakhs, and others fought and died under threat of death for Stalinism, yet both the Ukraine and Belarus in particular suffered catastrophically under Russian Soviet imperialist occupation. Russians don't even bother to deny these facts. They have simply erased them from history. By a masterstroke of myth-making, Russia has recast the Soviets' victory as an exclusively Russian achievement, hoarding all the glory, all the victimhood, and all the symbolic capital of anti-fascism. The result is the myth of the Russian steamroller, historically righteous, militarily unstoppable, that grinds enemies to dust and makes resistance not only futile, but immoral. Well, on January 12th, we could do it again, curdled into a bitter joke for the Russians. That day, Moscow's war in Ukraine officially surpassed 1,418 days. a number drilled into every Soviet and Russian school child. It marks the time it took to achieve victory in World War II, from the moment the Nazis counter-invaded their adversary in 1941 to the Wehrmacht's capitulation in the smoldering ruins of Berlin. Russians are now faced with incontrovertible evidence of their failure to live up to their own chosen historical standard. The comparison is even more painful when set against the thousands of miles that the Red Army drove Nazi forces across Europe versus the few yards of frozen farmland that Russian troops have struggled to seize this winter. The demoralizing effect of crossing this symbolic threshold is difficult to quantify, yet it is visibly unsettling even to the most fervent Russian patriot. The enormity of the invasion's failure is now impossible to deny or to dismiss as illegal defeatism or foreign propaganda. Ukraine did not perish, not in the planned 3 days, not in the nearly 4 years of war. Instead, it now poses a serious threat to Russia itself, a darkly ironic, self-fulfilling prophecy of Moscow's own justifications for the invasion. Critical Russian infrastructure faces daily Ukrainian drone strikes, with aero defenses all but helpless to stop them. Claims that Russian forces are still advancing ring hollow against the hard reality of the colossal losses incurred for marginal, largely symbolic gains. Even among pro-war Russians, it takes a sadist to find solace in this outcome. Yes, they sneer, Kiev may remain out of reach, but look at how much pain and destruction we're inflicting along the way. The symbolic significance of January 12th seems to have been great enough for the Kremlin's mainstream mass media machine managers to simply erase it, not by disputing the comparison, but by blacklisting it. There is not an exception, well, I was going to say an exception to the rule. Let's rephrase it this way. This is not an exception, but a familiar routine. Previous research on the Russian mainstream mass media machinery, inclusive my own, has shown that a special department in the Kremlin micromanages the news agenda through regular briefings and informal instructions to senior editors. The result is a system in which some themes are aggressively amplified while others are subjected to coordinated mass silence. The 1,418-day mark fits this pattern just about perfectly. The same mainstream mass media machine outlets that spent years covering the Russo-Ukrainian War with World War II imagery and "we could do it again" rhetoric suddenly found no airtime or column space for the one date that turned their own symbolism against them. And yet the silence didn't last. Once a symbol exists, it migrates to the only places in the Russian language mass information ecosystem where it can be publicly processed outside of the Kremlin's reach. Russian exile media, or REM. No coincidence there, I'm sure. Russian-speaking Ukrainian bloggers, and inside Russia itself, the semi-autonomous, mostly Telegram-based pro-war Z-Spear, or the Z-Spear. Anti-war Russians, such as the exiled journalist Kirill Nabutov, treated this milestone as definitive proof that the small victorious operation myth has collapsed into a long degrading war, just like Afghanistan, Chechnya, and other conflicts in which the Tsar's own Russian Empire, the Greater Soviet Union, and postmodern Russia have embroiled themselves. The prominent Ukrainian journalist and blogger Denis Gazansky used the symbolic number as a propaganda boomerang on his Russian language YouTube channel, pointing out that the continuity with World War II only works until You do the math. At that point, the narrative no longer mobilizes. It becomes humiliating. Another group of Russians, vehemently pro-war, but generally anti-Kremlin, ultra-nationalist dissidents, has also acknowledged the symbolism. It gives them cover to criticize the government for its mishandling of the war. In widely quoted Telegram posts, Maxim Kalashnikov, he's a longtime associate of the imprisoned pro-war Kremlin critic Igor Grigorin, he wrote that Russia is left with blood, ruins, and losses, while other polities, such as the American and Communist Chinese empires, reap the benefits. The convergence of these voices, anti-war Russian exiles, Ukrainian observers, and Russian ultra-nationalist dissidents, as well as the official silence surrounding the 1,418-day milestone, mark something rare, a moment when empirical reality overpowers the Kremlin's total narrative control. Russia's special military operation has now objectively failed by every standard set by its own architects. The original stated objectives: denazification, demilitarization, and forced regime change in Kiev are not only unmet, but also further out of reach than when Russia invaded. The Ukraine's military has not collapsed, the Ukrainian state has not disintegrated, and Western support has not evaporated, despite chronic delays and self-imposed restrictions. The comparison that Russia's propagandists spent years building has now become a precise, calendar-based indictment. In the same amount of time that it took the Greater Soviet Union to advance from the outskirts of Moscow to the Reichstag in Berlin, President Vladimir Putin's Russia has fought over Ukrainian villages at division-scale casualty rates, all while still failing to fully occupy the ruins of Pokrovsk and Kupiansk, small towns that Putin falsely claimed as liberated. Even more revealing is the collapse of confidence among the war's most committed supporters. As the journalist Julia Davis has systematically documented for English speakers, Russian state television, the propaganda engine that peddled the unstoppable steamroller narrative for generations, now features admissions of total mayhem and warnings that the Russian economy could face the fate of Venezuela's or Iran's. This month, Vladimir Solovyov, a talk show host and one of Putin's most reliable propagandists, told viewers that the war will continue for a long time and that Russia must prepare for an economy that is no longer reliant on oil revenue. He simultaneously acknowledged colossal problems and real stagnation. Pro-war military bloggers like Yuri Kotenok have complained about severe troop shortages and Ukrainian counteroffensives that have pushed Russian forces out of their defended positions, a far cry from past rhetoric of an inevitable victory. The 1,418-day mark is not just a symbolic embarrassment, it is an empirical threshold beyond which the myths sustaining this war can no longer function. When Kremlin propagandists admit total mayhem, ultranationalists speak of blood, ruins, and losses, and the timeline meant to validate the war instead condemns it, narrative control has collapsed. What remains is not a debate about outcomes, but a slow, grinding recognition of disaster, visible in state television's carefully hedged admissions, and the bitter recriminations flooding nationalist telegram channels. The myth of Russia as an invincible steamroller driven by historical destiny has run its course, destroyed by Ukraine and defeated by the calendar. The war is most likely going to end in over or under 2 years. The Russians are getting close to financial ruin. Manpower is an issue. Military equipment is another issue. Let's start with the military equipment. They can produce all the small arms and dumb weapons they want, as well as ammunition for these weapons. It's the smart stuff that is an issue. It seems they have found workarounds for missiles, tanks, and most other things, but production is significantly slower than in pre-war days. This is all still money down the drain when you're producing 100 tanks a month and losing 150 tanks a month. Regardless of production, they are on the decline, whereas Ukrainian forces are growing with new equipment produced locally and donated by other nations. The Russians are low on manpower as the prisons are empty and it's harder to get volunteers even with a higher pay. Conscription is occurring again, and it's going to be unpopular, resulting in another round of mass exodus. Yet for now, according to Russia, the Russian economy is booming as spending is up. It's only up because soldiers are paid extremely well, and the families are spending that money and the bonus money from their deaths. It's unsustainable to keep fighting and losing people to keep your economy going. Sooner or later, one or the other runs out, and you can only deflate the rubles and print more. The dead are not returning, and the Russian economy is not what it used to be, and even then, it was never good. The Russians can't keep all this up much longer. As a populace, the Russians are done with the war. They could have done much better, and Putin's generals make one massive fuck-up after another. This is typical Russian misbehavior because they want to look cool, with the three-pronged invasion and massive feints, one after another. Now, in 2026, they can't afford to pay enough to get new cannon fodder, and the regulars are dropping like flies. They have shortages of tanks, etc. It would take us them over 100 fucking years of fighting every day at the current pace to take us Ukraine, and that's unrealistic to say the least. They cannot win, and they cannot continue fighting like orcs every day. They have to use donkeys to transport supplies because they can't even field enough trucks. Putin has to make his peace and shift the blame to someone else in his regime. He can even declare victory and end the war under Ukraine's terms. His objectives in Ukraine were achieved, and it's as simple as that. Which is why their puppet monkey Trump has offered to surrender on behalf of the Ukraine in its stead. According to Zelensky, ongoing business talks are deader than Lenin. Only Lenin at least has the courtesy to stay in his mausoleum quietly. Ukraine wants its land. The Mar-a-Lago embassy wants a business deal. Russia's most infamous war criminal wants everything, wrapped nicely with a bow. Until Western partners say clearly what they will do when, not if, Putin restarts his invasion, any security guarantee is just toilet paper with a NATO logo. This year alone, the Kremlin has already thrown 32 divisions of its own people into Ukraine. The Ukraine has helpfully sent them home in bin bags. Only someone as delusional as the KGB pensioner can treat Russian soldiers like expired sausages on discount and still walk into peace talks demanding dessert. The gambler is smashing his wallet into a slot machine and hoping for a miracle payout. Russia once dreamed of taking Kiev in 72 hours. Now the retro Russian terrorists wage war on electricity. Having failed against the strongest army in Europe, the terrorists are now waging war on defenseless targets, including electricity grids, shopping malls, residential homes, kindergartens, hospitals, embassies, shops, kitchens, and their own economy. The Russian army is so hopeless, they have outsourced victory to Team Florida Man. They are now waiting for Mar-a-Lago Embassy to just hand them graveyard real estate like hotel towels. Trump Jr., to quote his T, Daddy might ditch Ukraine if he gets bored. Correction, Daddy already ditched Ukraine long before he got bored. The man who tried to blackmail Zelensky with weapons is now acting like Ukraine should be grateful he has not gift-wrapped the country for Russian terrorists already. Not only has he thrown Ukraine under the bus, but he also intends to sell the bus tires for profit. Trump boasts of minimal aid against Russian invasion, insults journalist. This is a video. I will now link that video to you in our chat room. How are we doing with bandwidth? And, well, here we go. And with that, we are going to enter same link into our infinite call this time, and which only Brendan is with us, Heather having gone to sleep. And, well, all of us brings us back to Europe and its own place in the new sphere of influence world, because Europe it possesses a surprising amount of military leverage against the United States. I will get into that. Whether I should get into it tonight or wait until Sunday. Let's wait until Sunday. It's been a quiet Wednesday aftermath the NFL. Let's wait until Sunday to do that. So, let's enter that usual link that's put in by our man, Mr. Aristides. The most important link. www. Whoa, is it a www? No, it's not. It's, okay, here we are. Oh, our man's awake. Cool. All right. So, my dear gentlemen, Aristides, say good morning to everyone if you would be so kind. Yeah, I know. It's please support Douglas at the above PayPal.
Okay, sorry, I was just making sure I got the link in there right, and it was all good.
Oh, you did.
Yep.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, got the PayPal link in there. The easiest way is just go right to that link, or Douglas D. Dietrich at PayPal. You just search him there, all one word.
Thank you.
But the link is right there in the chat. So
yeah,
and we'll talk about some other way to get it, get it out. Say it but not say it. Wink, wink.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
I mean, they're gonna see right what you're doing, so fuck them. But people always they put a space or they'd be like parentheses.com.
Yes.
They'd type it out so it wouldn't.
Yes. I mean, excellent idea. We're gonna do this.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. People have been doing that forever.
Yeah, which is what I've been doing with the website, so I might as well do it with the PayPal. But it's also on the screen. Just everybody, it's on the screen.
It's on the screen.
Yeah. And again, remind them, dear Aristides, it's actually accessible on the website. Which is also on the screen. And there at the website, you don't even need a PayPal. Right. If you're not using PayPal, you can use something. Yeah.
And can't forget that website. I mean, it's just
my name. Yeah.
It's pretty cool to have your first name, last name.com. It's like
it is. It's like, damn, you can't beat that. No. Well, I love you dearly, Aristides, and you have yourself a blessed morning. Right. How's the weather where you're at?
Yeah.
The weather.
Yeah, it's gonna warm up. It's gonna be great.
Cool.
Yeah.
And well, what we're gonna do right now is we'll end the live stream. Anybody who wants to enter something in live stream, do it so that it'll upload with the episode. we're ending really early tonight, as I kind of said I would, because I didn't really sleep today. So we're going to end it early, get back to talking about Europe on Sunday night. And yeah, we love you all who support us out there. And by all means, continue to do so. And in fact, I need your support now more than ever. So, okay, join us on Sunday night, same time, same place. And we'll be ending stream. Let's do that. And here we go. Ending stream. And